Session of the Las Cruces City Council. Today is Monday, February 27th, 2023. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we begin, if you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as we always start off our work session, we have our pets of the week, and Jennifer Martinez from our communications office is going to introduce them.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Jennifer Martinez with the city's communications office, and I have two pets to introduce you to today, and I will begin with Chris Redfield. What a very interesting name for a cat. A very tall, dark, and handsome cat. This boy is very sweet, has a luxurious coat, and is very calm. A lady found him near her apartment complex when he was injured and took him to the Animal Services Center to help him heal back up, and he is now ready to move into his new home, and that home might just be yours. He's ready to live like a king for the rest of his life. And then we have Diesel. Diesel's a 61-pounder who is outgoing. He ended up at the Animal Services Center as a stray a couple of times. He's hoping the third time out will be the charm. He loves to explore and gets a little bit excited while out for a walk. He's a great boy, but he's not the biggest fan of cats. He does like, however, meeting new dog friends. There's an adoption event that will take place this weekend at Petco that is from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. this Saturday on March 4th. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer. We have next is going to be our Jobs of the Week. Is Irene Pata is here from the Economic Development Department. Is going to present those jobs.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Irene Pata with Economic Development. We begin with the City of Las Cruces, who is looking for a traffic engineer. This position pays between $72,000 and $104,000 and is open until filled. White Sands Missile Range is looking for a human resource specialist. This position starts at $57,000 a year and closes on March 2nd. Air Methods is looking for a flight nurse. This position pays between $55,000 and $78,000, depending on experience, and closes on May 17th. Wagner Equipment is looking for a parts counter sales. This position pays between $18 an hour and $28 an hour, depending on experience, and closes on March 23rd. Pep Boys is looking for an auto general service technician. This position pays between $26,000 and $46,000, depending on experience, and closes on May 15th. And Families and Youth is looking for an assistant housing manager. This position pays between $32,000 and $63,000, depending on experience, and closes on March 16th. The City of Las Cruces is partnering with the New Mexico Workforce Connection to host our quarterly job fair. This is going to be on March 10th from 1 to 4 p.m. at the Las Cruces Convention Center, and there will be resume building workshops prior to the career fair. And for those looking for transportation, please take advantage of the city's free bus fare. And as always, if you have questions about employment opportunities, you can contact the New Mexico Workforce Connection office at 575-524-6250 or visit them at 226 South Alameda or online at employnm.com. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irene. Okay, so on the agenda, we have two items, and let me kind of just lay out the ground rules here. I recognize there's a lot of members of the public here, and just as a reminder, this is not the city council meeting where we have public participation, but however, I will let you speak, but I'm going to allow 3 minutes total, a total of twice up to the council. If you want to ask two questions, and I also need them to pertain to specifically the items that are at hand. So, I mean, there can't be a discussion that, hey, well, let's do this or let's do that, because it's not on the agenda, and like I said, it's not public participation. If it's pertaining to one of these two items, you're welcome to ask that question for a total of 3 minutes. So if you use 1.5 minutes on the first question, you only have 1.5 minutes left for the other, okay? Okay, so with that, we're gonna start off with the 3.1, the third semi-annual police audit report presented by the OIR group, and Viola Perea is gonna start that off.
Okay, I'm going to need a little bit of help here to get the screen set up.
You mean like F3?
Is it F3?
F5, sorry.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I'm Viola Perea, City Auditor, and today we have the OIR Group here with us to present their third semi-annual police audit report to council. And I'd like to introduce our presenter today, Ms. Teresa Magula with the OIR Group.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here today. I would like to start off by saying that my colleague, Steve Conley, is usually presenting with me. He unfortunately caught the last known case of COVID in the pandemic and is not able to be with us today. So you get me, and hopefully we can run through this together.
And Teresa, I know you were introduced, but before you begin, if you can just state your name and your position and the company, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Teresa Magula. I am a police practices expert with the OIR Group. We are acting as the city's independent police auditor. And our team that comes to the table is a group of independent police practice experts. We have about 17 years of experience doing this work. I myself have been doing it for the past 15 years. We began here in your city on March 1st of 2021. And today I am presenting for you the third of our semi-annual reports. So I've been before you 2 previous times. Some of you were on council the entire time, and some of you were here for the second. So hopefully you see the amount of progress that the department has been able to provide here. So there's a lot of talk recently about the scope of our audit, and we are somewhat limited in the amount of review that our particular group does based on the contract that we have with your city. So in this particular third report, we are looking at the cases that were initiated, investigated, and closed by the department from June 1st of 2022 through November 30th of 2022. So each of our reviews looks at about 6 months worth of cases. We determine in our review if the cases themselves were complete, objective, and thorough. So we're looking across those 3 parameters. And then we also look to see if the outcomes of the investigations were appropriate in response to what the department found. As part of this particular report, I give you guys some key demographics, and again, those are what are outlined in our particular scope of work in our contract. So I want to take a moment to talk about exactly what these cases are. In this period, there were 16 cases that we reviewed. 11 of those are what are classified as formal citizen complaints. So those are complaints that come from members of your public to the police department. They typically are from an encounter that an individual or individuals had with your police department. And those are initiated, again, by a public complainant. There are 5 cases in this time that are called internal investigations. Those are the investigations that the department itself initiated. They may or may not have to do with an interaction that the department had with a member or members of your public. But the department itself initiated it versus a person from the public coming to the department. There are complaint cases that we do not look at. It's not inside our scope. So those would be cases that are of lower degree of intensity or seriousness. Cases, for example, in which the complainant reaches out to the police department, it is determined that that complainant is not articulating something that would be misconduct. So, for example, I'm mad that I got a traffic ticket, right? If there's no misconduct associated with the traffic ticket, that may not be something that we review. We also do not, as a general course, look at uses of force. I know that that's been a question that this council has had previously. If there is a use of force in the course of a complaint investigation, we review that use of force package. The department has been very transparent with us. They have provided the full scope of the investigation that they do into the use of force. But as a general rule, we're not looking at the uses of force unless and until they result in a complaint. So I just wanted to kind of make that clear before we begin. We also look at any litigation that was brought to the city that involves a member of the Las Cruces Police Department. In this period, there was one such case. The reason we look at those is to ensure that whatever matter resulted in that litigation coming to the city is being resolved internally as well. So it's kind of a risk management, checks and balances type of review that we're doing there. So let me tell you about these 16 cases that we reviewed. Overall, and I'm talking the whole scope of all of them taken together, we saw that the investigations were complete, they are quite objective, and they are thorough. Of course, I wouldn't be doing my job if I came to you and said, they're perfect, we're done. There is room for improvement. At this point in our relationship with the department, we're really in the weeds with the types of improvements that we're looking at. So it has gone beyond the more systemic processes and into real nuances of case investigation. We're pleased to see that, right? It allows us the opportunity to really get into the nuances and the details. One thing that I'll bring up is that we are seeing the cases once they have been closed. So sometimes you will see that I am bringing up something that I've previously brought up in a prior report. Why? Why didn't they fix it in the meantime? Sometimes our recommendations happen, and then we review cases that were closed prior to that recommendation. So there might be some repeat as the department is catching up, and hopefully they're catching up within about a cycle or two of our audits. But that's the reason why you might say, we already heard this one, why didn't they fix it? We see overall that the actions that are taken in response are very appropriate, and they really display that commitment to accountability overall. The department is engaging in more real-time training, more one-on-one counseling, the types of discipline that we found to be more appropriate this period than in the last. And the department is also including a lot more relevant background information that we as outsiders, third parties, might not know. So sometimes the department internally is very well aware of a variety of things that are happening, and we ask about them because we don't know about them as external auditors. And so now they're providing that with much more regularity in their investigations. So as I mentioned, in every new cycle, I'd like to report out to you on what happened as a result of our prior reports. In this particular cycle, we saw, again, that improved quality of investigations. As an example, we commented in our first and second cycles that we would like to see the department conduct more regular interviews of witnesses, of complainants, so that the full scope is investigated, and they've started to do that with much more regularity. We see this time that there are much fewer timeliness concerns. So especially when we first came to you, we were very concerned that these investigations were getting drawn out. And why were they so delayed? The department has staffed up the IA unit, so they have more investigators that are doing the reports. And they're also just adhering much more regularly to those timely standards. And we saw, as I mentioned last time, we had some challenges around this philosophy of discipline with the department. They, at that point, responded that they are working on a disciplinary matrix. They are still working on that matrix. It is not unheard of that the matrix takes a while to get into place. So I am not concerned today that the matrix is not moving forward and is currently in place. This is something that is quite nuanced and can take quite some time to put together. I look forward to seeing the department progress in that so that we can see a lot more regularity, standardization of the discipline that's coming out. But again, not concerned standing before you today that this means that the department is just not committed to it. It is a process that takes time. One thing that we're really pleased to see is that the department implemented what they have called their force review cadre. So again, I mentioned we're not regularly looking at the uses of force, but in the areas that we did get the opportunity to see them, we felt that there was space for a little more review and evaluation. The department internally created a review cadre. These are experts that are appropriately trained to review the force in a more detailed and systematic way, both the use of force itself and also holistic pieces that might benefit the department's training, equipment, policy violations unrelated to the force. And so they have developed that and they've implemented it. It's currently being used today to review uses of force that might have some questionable aspects that should be evaluated. We also saw that there was improvement in the management of what I'm calling specialized or special units. There were some challenges and concerns around the level of supervisor training, the way that those units were being managed, and the department really swiftly came in, provided a level of sworn authority supervision, a lieutenant position over those units, and then is also continuing to provide the mid-level supervisors with a lot of training so that they can appropriately supervise those units. And we frequently provide insights, commentary, model policies for general orders that we feel could be improved, could be better aligned with best practices nationwide. That's part of our regular review process. In this period, we saw that there were some necessary updates to the Persons with Disabilities policy. The department is actively working on that. So essentially, when we are recommending, they're in fairly short order when they can, turning around and implementing those recommendations. So now we'll talk a little bit about those key demographics that I mentioned that I bring to you. The incidents that we saw in this time frame were mostly initiated by calls for service. So members of the public call the police department responds. Something in the course of that interaction results in some kind of perceived or real misconduct on the part of the officer. So those are the calls for service. We saw 2 cases coming in from your ethics hotline. We saw 1 case come in from public observation. So a bystander observed an arrest that was occurring, felt that there was some misconduct in that arrest, reported it to the police department. 1 was related to supervisory issues, and 1 was a welfare check. That number has gone down since our last period. In our previous period, we were concerned that perhaps these welfare checks had some issues or concerns around them, and we have seen now 1, as opposed to, I believe there was 4 or 5 in our previous period. In the 16 complaints total, we had 39 allegations. Okay, so for 1 complaint, you can have a number of allegations. So 16 complaints, 39 total allegations. The types of allegations that we're seeing most commonly are what are called code of conduct complaints. So this would be things like the officer was discourteous, the officer was performing in a manner unbecoming of his or her role as a peace officer. We also saw a handful of complaints related to kind of the procedural aspects of public safety. My report that I requested was delayed. There was a failure to investigate my traffic accident in the way that I thought it should have been investigated. We saw some complaints related to compliance with laws or with policy, so that persons with disabilities policy that I mentioned, there was a complaint related to that particular policy. We see a handful related to activation or failure of activation of the body-worn camera. And then in this period, we had 2 allegations of excessive use of force. The findings, as I've listed there, the majority, 16 of them, were exonerated. Exonerated in this context means that the act as alleged occurred, so it did happen, but it was within the department's laws or policies. There were 11 that were sustained. That means that the act occurred and it was a violation of department policy or law. 9 of these were unfounded, which means that the act did not occur as a complainant alleged. And 3 were not sustained, which means that the department in the course of its investigation could not prove or disprove whether the act occurred or did not occur. I'm going to talk a little bit about those last 2 categories toward the end, but overall we have alignment with the department on this. So we feel that those findings were appropriate based on the evidence that was collected in the course of the investigation. There were 21 Las Cruces Police Department employees, and we saw them across the ranks. You can see there. As I mentioned, we saw some challenges with those special units. Those are the non-sworn employees and supervisors that you see listed there. And again, the department has moved very swiftly to correct the concerns and challenges that they found in those units. I provide you the officer race. The 14 of them were Hispanic, 6 white, and 1 black. And what I'm looking for when I look at the race of the officer versus the complainant would be any disparities or disproportionalities that might suggest that something is going on with regard to potential bias. And as I reported last period, there is nothing to indicate that there's a disproportionate rate of treatment of one or another particular group. For the cases that are sustained, the department can implement discipline. And in this period, they ranged from what is called a verbal or written reprimand, so those would be the lower level disciplinary ranges, up to suspension. In this case, the highest we saw was a 20-hour suspension. What we were pleased to see is that they're always accompanied by training or counseling. Whether it's the lowest level or the highest level, every officer who's receiving discipline of any kind is also receiving the commensurate one-on-one or larger training that is required to correct that behavior. In this time, 1 officer was terminated for an unrelated matter, and 1 officer resigned prior to the completion of the investigation. I'll turn now over to the demographics more on the complainant side. They come from throughout the city. 2 of them were complainants who reside outside of your city limits, but the incident that had the complaint occur happened within the Las Cruces city limits. And then their race, again, there because I like to check to make sure that those disproportionalities are not coming to the forefront, and they are not. So as I mentioned, we have recommendations always around improving the process. I mentioned at the start that we requested that the department include more background information, things that we might not know as third-party investigators. There's always room for that, so we continue to recommend that any time that it's something that's known to the department, they put it in that investigative memo so that we are all aware of it. One issue that continues to come up in more nuanced ways now is framing all of the allegations. Sometimes a complainant will make 5 or 6 allegations in the course of their complaint. And we noted that in some cases, the department didn't always frame them uniquely. We'd like to see that happen on a more regular basis. In some cases, the department becomes aware of an allegation that was not made by a member of the public, but you're watching body-worn camera and you see something that the member of the public did not raise, but the department is aware of. We're thinking things like use of profanity. And we would, again, like to see those raised and framed regularly. And then we have, again, our concern around not the timeliness itself, but making the member of the public aware of any delays, okay? So there are some cases where it is perfectly acceptable that the delay occur. For example, an officer is on an extended medical leave, is on military leave, cannot be interviewed, and that investigation cannot be completed in a timely way. Perfectly acceptable. However, the complainant is not aware that the officer is on medical leave and is left wondering, what happened to my complaint, right? So we really encourage the department and recommend that on a regular basis, if a complaint investigation is going to take longer, that they communicate that out to the complainant. We are recommending a 180-day timeline as the best practice, and so we look forward to seeing that happen and sending out the appropriate correspondence to complainants if it's going longer than that. And I said I'd loop back to this, and here it is. This is a really weedsy, nuanced one, but one that I know that you'll get. Unfounded, as I said, means that the act did not occur, and not sustained means that you couldn't prove or disprove it. In very few, but enough to note, the department concluded that something was unfounded, and we believed it should have been not sustained. Now, why do I say this is nuanced and weedsy? Because at the end of the day, the outcome is still non-disciplinary, right? Still decided that perhaps misconduct did not or could not be proven. But we feel that that level of detail and that accuracy is essential for several reasons. We're looking for patterns of practice across time, right? So if we see a handful of not sustained, not sustained, not sustained, we might be looking out for that now with that particular officer. We also find that the perception in the way that that complaint is investigated and adjudicated is important. Unfounded suggests, or the perception is that it is favoring an officer's perspective of an incident versus not sustained. If the evidence is there and it's clearly unfounded, absolutely unfounded. But if it is somewhere in that gray where it is not possible, we would like to see not sustained be used. So those were the process and systematic changes within internal affairs. And now we also, as I said, talk about policy and training recommendations. I mentioned there's that update to the disability policy. The department is actively working to update this. We also have some considerations for the use of force cadre, things that we think that they should look at, and we recommend that they look at and report back. One is to the use of force general order. We reviewed a case, which is in your packet, of an officer who gently placed his foot on the head of a subject who was in a prone position. The policy currently prohibits use of force to the neck, any pressure placed on the neck. But it does not explicitly say, also, the head. And so we would like that kind of nuance to be considered by the use of force cadre. We also saw some considerations related to the use of de-escalation, taking down the temperature of a particular situation. The department, to its credit, is very committed to regular, recurring de-escalation training. And so we're just going to have to see that play out. It's something that we are often looking at across the country, and are hopeful that that training is starting to really show itself in the way that officers show up to situations. Finally, we saw in one particular instance the use of what's called the RAP device. If you are not familiar with the RAP, or for members of the public who might not be, it's a device that is placed around the body of a subject. It is meant to restrain movement if the subject is acting in a combative manner. And in that particular case, the use of the RAP we felt was appropriate. However, we noted that the RAP was used on a woman who was reportedly pregnant, and the department's own policy discourages use in that case. You could imagine if you're tied in tightly for a handful of hours, it's probably not advised for vulnerable populations. So we are not against the use of the RAP device. What we would like to see is the use of force cadre. Look at uses of the RAP device to ensure that they are consistent with the policy for its use. And in this case, we felt that that was not appropriately reviewed. And finally, officer professionalism. This is something that we continue to harp on because, and I must impress on you, it is the exception in the cases that we review. Overall, your police department is extremely professional, patient, and very commendable in their interactions with the public. But as we know, it only takes that one instance of officers acting in a manner that is less than professional to put this department in the headlines. So we continue to harp on the issue, use of profanity, unprofessional communication, or immediate aggressive interactions. And the department has reported back to us that they are continuing to train on the code of conduct, in roll call briefings, in one-on-one, and that supervisors, when they become aware of any kind of officer professionalism issues, are training the officer one-on-one on the spot when that is known. So again, it is the exception to the amazing amount of work that this department is engaging in. We continue to impress its importance because the perception only takes one instance, and we would like to see the department be acknowledged for the good work that it does versus the 1 or 2 or 3 instances that hit YouTube and immediately go viral. Our contact information is here. I know there are members of the public here who may want to reach out to us. If so, that is the email address that reaches us. If you would like to see the report, I believe that it is currently on the transparency website of your city. It is also on our website, and it has a lot more detail than I'm able to bring to you today.
Okay, we have Councillor Abeyta, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councillor Graham, and then Como.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. One of the questions that I want to bring up is not, you didn't mention it right now, but it's something that we see within our oversight committee, is that on recommendations, I am curious how you also use the lens of federal law and state law when you give recommendations. We've seen in the past where one recommendation wasn't quite what we do here in this state, so I'm curious on how you're adding that layer in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. You're right. There was one in which we cited the 9th Circuit, and you are the 10th Circuit, so certainly we do acknowledge that. The way that we bring federal law, other best practices and model policies is as kind of the scope of our larger experience. So certainly in that particular instance, we cited something that may not be applicable here in New Mexico, but as a general best practice, wanted to bring that to the forefront.
Okay, thank you. And so when you're making recommendations, though, are you also looking into what is applicable for the state so that we're not missing anything?
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor. Yes, absolutely. We had one case, for example, which was around the relationship between a minor and an adult. I believe that's coming in your next report, but we went to the New Mexico statute and looked to see what was appropriate here in your state for those kinds of relationships, different than what happens in other states. So yes, we are certainly looking through those lenses as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And with some of the recommendations that you've made, you addressed things like wanting to make sure there was like a 180-day timeline for reviews. What is the type of timeline that you see is general when looking at building new types of orders or other suggestions that you've provided, if you have a scope on those types of timelines?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Counselor. I would say that it really depends, which is not a satisfactory answer typically. For something like the disciplinary matrix that I was speaking of, that will take quite a long time. If it's something that requires going to the union, anything related to the collective bargaining agreement, that will take quite a long time. If it's something like, take a look at your persons with disabilities policy and make sure that officers are required to call a sign language interpreter to the scene, that perhaps could be done in relative short order. So it all depends on the nature of it. And I unfortunately can't give you a real response for timeline.
No, that's fair. Thank you very much. And I do want to say thank you for bringing up the case that, you know, the calls and the cases that we see here is a very small percentage of the overall calls of service that have to be provided. So that might be something that might be brought up later on those types of numbers and things, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate you being here and for your work. I've been asked, it's an interesting place to be up here on the dais and looking at it through the lens that I look through, being a social worker and working side by side with many of the officers. Some have retired and some I see out there. There are a few familiar faces, but mostly new faces to me. And so we get a lot of pressure, right, from all ends, like police accountability, decrease, funding to police and those things, or we need more out there. And so it's this interesting balance for me, but always looking at protecting the city and its people, for sure. And so some of the questions that I'm getting are sort of very fundamental and very first day you've come to us, and I just want to clear the air about what does OIR stand for, if anything?
Yes, thanks for that question, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. OIR stands for Office of Independent Review.
Okay.
The name comes from a time when Mike Giannacco, who is the principal and the founder of our group, started the Office of Independent Review for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. As a result of that, he created that office, since left that office and started to do this type of work for smaller jurisdictions, other jurisdictions across the state and the country, and tacked on the word group to it. So because we became a group of individuals who all do this job. So it is a strange name. We are an office that is also a group, but that is what it stands for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I think that clears the air for many of the folks that have been asking me and have tried to locate it on your website and could not. So maybe something to change on your website so it clears the ambiguity. Now, your qualifications, Teresa, specifically, you mentioned that, and the rest of your group, there are some attorneys. I don't know that all of you attorneys, but would you also clear the air around what your qualifications are?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. So yes, we have Mike Giannacco, who is the founder and the main principal of OIR Group. He has an extraordinary and extensive background. His bio is on our website. He was a federal prosecutor. He was founded the Office of Independent Review in LA County, a real extensive background in this work for many, many years. We have my colleague Steve Conley, also an attorney, has worked in this field almost exclusively for his career. Another colleague of ours, Julie Rulin, is also an attorney, again, also worked in this for the majority of her career. I am not an attorney. I have my master's degree in public policy with an emphasis on crime policy. I come to this work really looking at it from the lens of the policy perspective. I started my work with the Los Angeles Police Department, Office of the Inspector General, and I've been doing this work for the majority of my career as well. So certainly a really deep set of understanding. When you see a case come to you in final draft or in these reports, it's something that each member of OIR Group has reviewed. So the way our process works is that one individual is the lead on the case, but we all collaborate into that draft. So the whole scope of our team is taking a look at the concerns and challenges of your department.
I appreciate that. I've been in numerous sort of jurisdictional teams, and I think that's, in my mind, the best approach, right? And so I appreciate that, and the lens that you bring specifically to the table. I think that's very important. You know, in reading this, and I went over this a couple or three times, I've read the old reports as well, and probably, as you mentioned, being along with Mayor, and I see my colleague out there, or did, there's Jack Ekman. You know, one of the reasons why we had, hired you is sort of the breadth of the experience that you had, but this was something that had been established before, my time, and we had a bit of a lull, and then we hired you to come in as an independent auditor. So important in many ways, and as a result of that, we developed an oversight committee that some of us sit on, and we have a public safety select committee that also, we have an opportunity to meet with Chief and the DCs to speak to some of these issues and concerns. And I know there's been some concern about, what exactly happens in these meetings. And I know that I've committed to giving to the public, looking at revamping some of what each of those committees are doing and how we respond to the public. And so I know through the Oversight Committee this has been looked at, and there's been some recommendations made, and then more specifically some recommendations that some of this go to our Public Safety Select Committee, and those are things that I'm committed to looking at. But in overall, I've heard you say that some of these complaints are coming, from the various categories. Some are being through our ethics hotline, and I'm concerned about where that information is placed and how easily accessible the hotline is in not only the website that the transparency website that they've developed a couple of years ago, and would you say that in the questioning that you have, is that ethics hotline basically kind of shown or out there so people understand that there are various ways that you can complain or lodge whatever issues you might have? In your estimate and what you see, is that an easily binding number that people can look for?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I certainly appreciate that question. It is something that is a bit outside our particular scope. I have not evaluated where the ethics hotline is posted or available.
Okay.
The fact that we are seeing 2 complaints from the ethics hotline, I'm not sure if that number is low relative to kind of the total number of issues that community has, but certainly the extent to which it is publicized may help with that.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So some other concerns that I have are around the de-escalation that you made mention of, the idea that our chief and others are saying, yes, we're going to get regular training. I've noted, I've read there's a March training, there's a training further into the year specific to that. But I guess I'm concerned about how quickly are our supervisors indicating there might be an issue, and how regularly are they looking at that? Because in my understanding is that they're reviewing these cases, any kind of use of force, and sort of managing those, in my estimate, and working on the one-on-ones. Now, it feels like, I guess I'm looking at timeframes. How quickly are they doing that? Because a lot of times, this is behavior that you have to get, you have to address almost immediately, and I'm not sure, I don't get a feeling like it's happening immediately, and maybe that's just the way the reporting is done here. But I'm interested in knowing from how these cases are moving from incident to the supervisor being made aware to having these one-on-ones, and then how quickly is the training happening? Is that something that we should be concerned about? Because it feels like some of the issues that you've made mention, the de-escalation, the professionalism, the use of profanity, the areas where I'm super concerned about a knee being put or a leg to the head, those are all very concerning to me, and I want to make sure that we're heading this on very quickly. I'm not waiting 6 months till something gets to IA.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, absolutely agree and appreciate that perspective. I will defer to the chief and the department as to how quickly it happens internally. That's a process that we are not part of. But I will give you one anecdote from a case that we reviewed, which is we observed interaction between a field training officer and a trainee, and the moment that the incident completed, so they had closed the incident, officer safety was no longer a concern, that training occurred immediately on body-worn camera to say, this is how it would have been better, this is how we should approach it next time, let's do X, Y, or Z in the next time we go out. So that is one instance. I can't say that speaks to the whole department, but would defer to the chief on that.
Yeah, I would like to hear from Chief on that. I just think it's really important that happens almost immediately, and I'm not sure how those cases get to an immediate resolution.
Good afternoon. Miguel Dominguez, Police Chief, for the record. Mayor Pro Tem, to answer your question, it depends on the incident. The counseling sessions happen almost instantaneously if it happens in front of a supervisor. Depending on the severity, we can put together a training bulletin that could be up the next day. We've done that. we actually discussed that this morning if we're investigating something, any one of these incidents, and there's nuances within the investigation that we know the investigation is going to carry out a while, but there's areas within there that we need to make sure that are being addressed in the department-wide. We can put that training together immediately and get training bulletins out, as well as put training together that show deficiencies. If it's a use of force training that we need to put together, it's part of our biennium training that goes on, but we can immediately jump on a small issue, for example. But if it's a little bit more of a broader topic, we handle it through the training that comes out through the academy.
So Chief, how are you addressing it in the immediate? Like you have to, your supervisor is observing it, one, but what if they're not observing it? I thought that in the discussions that we've had in public safety meetings that you've indicated that any use of force is being, right, your supervisors are looking at them, they're looking at the body cameras. I'm thinking how regularly, I'm not sure, that's what I'm concerned about. Those other 50-something thousand calls that you're getting, like how are those being, the use of force being reviewed? I'm just concerned about, there's just so many, right? And I'm not saying use of force, but so many calls. How are we addressing, from a supervisor standpoint, the immediacy of any issues that could be hit head on and addressed?
Mayor Pro Tem, we have a system called Blue Team. So anytime there's a use of force, it's reported out the exact day that it's sent out. The supervisor gets that. If they're not on scene, they still get the Blue Team report. They look it over, and the Blue Team report is pretty much where it happened, when it happened, what type of use of force is used, things of that nature. But the supervisor has the video as well as the report, and they immediately look at all Blue Teams. If there's a significant issue, immediately it goes to IA. But if there's a training issue, a training deficiency, that also goes to IA and to our compliance component within the IA, and training is put together. If it's a small issue, it's done as a training bulletin. If it's a larger issue and could be a problem moving forward, we take a look at the policy, we take a look at the current training and make adjustments as necessary.
Chief, in the training that you're talking about, is this done specifically with an internal trainer, or when do you seek outside training?
Mayor Pro Tem, you're talking about instructors from outside the department?
Yes.
We have several courses that we've taught, or we brought in outside trainers for use of force and liability issues, things of that nature. But we train internally, but we also bring in outside instructors.
Chief, on the use of force specifically, training, is that done internally, like at your, I guess, how often is that training being conducted with your officers?
Mayor Pro Tem, that is done annually.
Okay.
Uses of force training is always at the forefront, so it's taught through the academy. But if we have issues that are coming up, de-escalation, we actually have a PowerPoint to cover a lot of the training that we're doing as part of the next presentation, but as well as this presentation, things that have come up through the audit or audits and training that we've implemented specifically because of issues that were found through the audit, but as well as training that we found that before it was even sent out to OIR group, we've put training together just to make sure that we're not having these issues happening again, with it being the next day or 2 weeks down the road, because by the time they get to look at the audit or get to audit it, it could be a problem. So we jump on it, try to jump on it as fast as we can.
So the specific case related to the person with a disability, or really any disability, how are you addressing that? And, you know, I mean, I don't know that you can train for every disability, but how is that how are you doing that specifically? What sort of things, actions are you taking specifically for
Mayor,
sort of that umbrella disability, right, framework?
Mayor Pro Tem, I don't want to steal Lieutenant Gutierrez's thunder because he has that part of his presentation, but we did look at the policy and we incorporated the state as well. We actually have some experts because of their family members within, they've actually provided us real life situations where that have been extremely helpful for us. I'll let Lieutenant Gutierrez cover that in his next training if that's okay.
Yeah, no, it is. I just think we've had some issues, again, with the hearing impaired, with people who have autism, other very specific things that are concerning. And although I think having folks that have lived experience is a very important thing, I'm concerned that we're not looking to evidence-based programming that might be out there very specifically to address the issues as you're seeing them happen. And so that's a concern of mine. And then around the use of profanity, the professionalism, we've talked about that, Chief, and I know how important that is for you. How are we addressing that in terms of professionalism? And then I'll tack on the de-escalation. I think those are all very important things that we see that continue to be a concern of mine.
Mayor Pro Tem, with that's a huge concern of ours as well. It's brought up pretty much in most trainings that we've been discussing lately. Our professional intelligence and emotional intelligence is part of all the training that's coming forward as it pertains to use of force, de-escalation, things of that nature. And some of the profanity that's actually happening with citizens, it's off to the side, but we need to do as much as we can, and we are to eliminate the use of profanity.
Thank you. I think, I didn't, in past reports, Teresa, I've seen the recommendations made to Chief and to the city manager and sort of that, what appears like a blanket statement. How much time are you giving folks, or how are you asking for them to turn around sort of that response of how they're going to address, and this goes to Chief too, how you're going to address those issues, and is there a time frame that's given? And if so, it feels like I want those to be very meaningful and to give very specific areas that you will be addressing with a time frame. But it feels like the time is so quick, and maybe that's part of the issue, I'm not sure, but I feel like I've seen it enough times that it feels that it's a statement and not specific things that I'd like to that are going to be addressed.
Mayor Pro Tem, we address every issue that they recommend to us. We take a look at it. In some cases, we've already acknowledged that there's an issue and we start the process, but they brought some really keen perspective as far as some of the training that we've been able to put together. But as far as a time frame, there isn't a time frame, but we know time is of the essence, especially when we're going through these internal affairs investigations. So we try to do it as fast as possible. Again, the immediacy depends on the type of training.
Thank you. Teresa, any?
Yeah, I would comment as well that, again, it depends on the nature of what we're recommending. And certainly part of the challenge with the work and the way that it's structured currently is that, again, we're seeing cases as they're closed. So sometimes we'll continue to see something come up, and the department has said we've remedied that particular concern. And it just will take that 6-month cycle, or perhaps the second 6-month cycle, to see that return. We do not have a particular structure or framework to hold the department accountable to our recommendations, which is why we bring them before you and Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I guess I'm asking, and I've had a conversation with Councilor Abeyta, and some of this, to EFO, to Mr. Peely. I'd like for there to be a robust explanation that is given specifically, so that with some timeframes, I think those are important. If we have to loosen up a time frame to be able to have that occur, I think that should happen. But I wanna be clear that we want accountability. I think that's the important thing. We want people to feel safe in their community, and we want police to provide that safety in the most professional way that they can. And when we pay the amount of money for you to come and audit and provide all the keen expertise and specific recommendations, I think if there are issues or concerns in terms of what is being or funding is an issue, then we should know that very specifically. So I feel like there's still some gaps in the way we're communicating that information out, and where we're communicating that out is important to me. But I don't feel that it's still like you come, you talk, you speak to us, but there's still some holes in sort of what's happening, and every 6 months it's different, right? Maybe there are some things that are the same, but it's making it very difficult for me to really get a picture of what exactly is happening. Like, for example, we've been talking about this force review cadre that I think is going to be a really important aspect, or that disciplinary matrix. And I understand the nuances of that. I've been an administrator. That has had very reviews from a federal and from the state, and so I understand the pressures and the stress that this creates, and sort of sometimes the animosity, right? Because everybody's trying to do the best work that they can, and it feels like everybody's criticizing you and the work that you're doing. And so my hope is that we continue to look at this, and that we're open to the recommendations, but I also feel there has to be recommendations with time frames in it, and as quickly as we can turn some of these things around, because as you said, that one call can make for all the good work that's happening can really be disastrous for the city. And let's be frank, we've seen some terrible cases that have really put us at a disadvantage, frankly. And so as much as we can be accountable to that, I'm appreciative, and I just feel like there's things that we can tighten up a little more. And so with that, Mayor, I'm going to turn that back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Graham, and then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for all of the work that you put in and for your presentation. 2 comments and a question for round 1 here, obviously anticipating additional rounds. The Councilor Abeyta had alluded to, some of these numbers. You mentioned it too. Few complaints, lots of calls for service, and I have those numbers teed up. So in this period, 33 complaints out of 68,691 calls for service. So just seeing that number and realizing it's a shocking amount of calls for service. I also appreciated the statistic included that the number of complaints in this period was lower than the previous 6 months, despite fewer calls for service in those previous 6 months. So more complaints and still that lower number of calls for service, 54,552. So I appreciate the quantifiable along with the qualitative. A second comment, as I was reading and listening to the conversation unfold, I was thinking about that thoroughness and expediency can sometimes butt heads and be, I'm reaching back to like high school science here, like reciprocally inhibitory, I think it said. Like sometimes like one kind of stops the other. And I, for one, appreciate the thoroughness, despite the fact that, yes, it takes time. And I also recognize that as a leader and as council adds layers to this process, things like, pushing or enabling a use of force cadre. Okay. Every time we add a layer, we're also adding time. And I just want to say that I appreciate that time, and I think getting a more complete picture is my preference than necessarily speeding up the timeline of hearing these reports. And I understand the pressure. I mean, we're a culture that functions by tweet now. We want to know everything immediately. So just my 2 cents on that. And then for the question, based on your presentation, 1/3 of the employees in this report were non-sworn employees or non-sworn supervisors. And for my own edification, and because I think it's a pretty common question, can you or members of our group explain what a non-sworn employee is? Who does that constitute? How is it different from what we would just think of as a commissioned officer, a police officer? Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council member, I will defer to, looks like Deputy Chief, no, Chief. Will answer that particular question, and thank you for your 2 comments. Very well received.
Mayor, Councilor Graham, thank you for your question. All non-commissioned is codes, ACO, and all of our civilians and PSAs as well. All non-police officers, pretty much.
Okay, so non-sworn, what is that? What does that even mean? Like taking an oath kind of thing? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so you said codes, ACO, your police service aides, and civilian
personnel.
Okay, and I think for me, as a civilian, the distinction feels a little blurry, maybe. If I call 911, I can potentially get any of these employees. I may get a sworn officer, or I might get a non-sworn officer.
Mayor, Councilor Graham, it depends on your call. If you're calling about a dog issue or a codes issue, calling 911, you would get a codes officer and or an ACO. If you're calling 911 for anything else, you're going to get a police officer.
Okay. Thank you. That helps. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We have Councilor Bencomo and then Councilor Flotis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Ms. Magula, for being here in your presentation. I'm just going to jump right in because I have a lot of questions, and I want to be respectful of my colleagues who haven't gone yet. Several of my takeaways from this report were around, the biggest ones were around de-escalation, use of force, and frankly, how often PD is encountering people with either mental health issues, substance abuse, those kinds of things, right? So those were my biggest takeaways. I am curious, so I think it's important to know also that you somewhat are operating in a vacuum, right, with your scope. And so I understand, why you would say that some of the de-escalation issues don't ring any alarms, but we're not operating in a vacuum, right? I do have increasingly higher and higher concerns around the lack of use of de-escalation. And so, Chief, maybe this question is more for you around, or actually either of you. One, what is the official policy on de-escalation for the department?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I don't have the policy with me, but I can get it and get you the official policy. But any type of incident that we go to and somebody is being belligerent, or you're in an area where you're going to have to possibly use force, you have to give commands to try to keep that from happening. So you pretty much you use verbal commands and your verbal judo and your skills before it escalates. So you de-escalate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of data that shows, especially now that we're talking about crisis intervention and those kinds of things, that often show that mere presence of a uniform for so many people escalates a situation, right? So understanding that, and then understanding that when you get out of your vehicle and you're using profanity and elevated language, how, I imagine de-escalation practice takes a lot of discipline. What is the training that goes into that? Because, like I said, Chief, I just have growing concerns around the lack of use of de-escalation.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, we had over 136,000 calls for service last year. We have had issues with not using proper de-escalation techniques, but they are a minuscule amount of the times when we actually did use de-escalation techniques. Our training is very robust. We constantly train, it's official training, but as well as we're constantly talking about it in our patrol briefings, things of that nature. We're always talking about de-escalation and making sure that our officers are de-escalating. And uses of force, all the use of force reviews, that's the first thing that the supervisors looked for was this an incident that could have been de-escalated?
I know that one of the recommendations talks about the cadre evaluating some de-escalation practices, right? Will you also include the lack of use of de-escalation in the disciplinary matrix?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, yes, we will.
Okay. This question may be more for you. And forgive me if my questions are all over the place. I was sort of taking notes as I was reading the report. I think one of the biggest things I did want to raise that I found some concern with, both how it was reported on the report and today, to be honest, was involving one of the cases that the officer placed the foot on the subject's head. And the report said lightly, you said gently. I just want to note that my gentle is different than your gentle, and that's very subjective. And on page 22, it reads, in one case, the involved officer self-reported that he lightly placed his foot on the subject's head, and while the subject was in prone position. This tactic was briefly evaluated in the investigation. The involved supervisor reported that the tactics were reasonable and appropriate. Later in the report, you say, we recommend that the force review cadre evaluate uses of physical force directed at the head to determine if they are reasonable and necessary, both in this incident and going forward, and evaluate the current language in General Order 255. In your professional opinion, when is it reasonable or necessary to place a foot on a person's head or neck?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. That's a very difficult question to answer. There are certainly circumstances that might rise to the level of deadly force that might require that type of force be used. And certainly across the country, this is something that has raised quite a lot of concern and quite a lot of evaluation. We have looked at a variety of different policies across the country, looking at, for example, even head strikes with a fist to determine if those are appropriate in today's context. And truly it is up to each department to decide at that point. And we are in the process of seeing how that's developing across the country.
Thanks for that. I think for me this felt important to know because it was just really concerning the way that it was reported. I think an audit should frame an issue like this more directly in terms of why you wouldn't recommend this be a reasonable use of force in the department. I think we're seeing it across the country, why this is concerning. The public's concerns are reasonable as well. And so I felt important to me to note that there was discrepancy in the reporting, the way I saw it. This is for Chief. Can you just tell us more about the force review cadre? I know it has 7 members, I believe I saw. I'm just curious. There was very little information, Chief, about the cadre.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, specifically, what question would you have as far as the
If you can just tell us, is it formalized already? How you selected its members? How often they'll be meeting?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, yes, it's already formed. The way it works is if we have a use of force that needs to be investigated, it's given to the cadre. They get together, and typically it'll be 3 out of the cadre will look at the use of force and use all of their expertise and their knowledge, the education, to go through and see if the use of force was reasonable and or unreasonable.
For specific cases?
That's correct.
And then they will also then, be evaluating larger policy around use of force?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, that's correct.
And then they would be making recommendations to you, Chief, or your leadership team?
That's correct. They would be made to the internal investigations, and then in turn it would come up to me.
Okay. I would love to know, it doesn't have to be a specific timeline, Chief, but maybe by next report, I don't know, if this force review cadre looked at some of the recommendations in the report were for the cadre to look at, let me look at my notes, de-escalation training and consider evaluating use of de-escalation in force reviews, the RAP tool, and there was one other thing, maybe it's at the top of your head.
The General Order 255.
Yes, and General Order 255, review some of that. I'm curious if those are something we could get an update on for when they review that and what considerations you're making.
Okay.
Thanks, Chief. You mentioned I was curious, Ms. Magula, for you, I think a couple of things I wanted clarification on. On page 19, you talk about, and you briefly mentioned it actually, around the distinction of the unfounded and the other word. And you said, and part of the quote in the report says, and imposing a more definitive pro-officer outcome than is warranted by the facts is in its way no more appropriate than a disciplinary sanction would be without clear proof. I was just hoping if you could further elaborate on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. So essentially it's what I had mentioned before, that in the absence of evidence that could prove or disprove, to find something unfounded favors an officer's account over that of a member of the public. And again, it is just not an appropriate finding given the totality of the evidence that's available.
Yeah, that's super helpful. Thank you. And I had it on here and I wanted to follow up on that. And then in the report, you also make mention of progressive policing. I was wondering if you could also elaborate on what that means.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Bencomo. So when we use that term, it would be policing that is aligned with kind of the modern day standards of policing. Focus on that community aspect, focus on the elements that were presented in Obama's 21st century models of policing. So those types of models of policing that are, in a sense, progressive, that are moving the ball forward, that are progress from a police institution that we have seen perhaps in previous times.
I appreciated the mention, and I wanted to ask you about it today. I think after today, certainly I'll be doing more research myself on that to ask better questions while I'm up here. I did want to note that I thought your recommendations on persons with disability was really important, and especially bringing in advocates who work on that every day. And not related to persons with disabilities, but I did wonder, Chief, what the policy was for when an officer encounters someone who doesn't speak the language they speak. What is the process for, obviously, I'm imagining many of the officers speak Spanish, and if not, they have someone who does, but I am curious what the process is like in that scenario.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, we contact Central Dispatch, and there are interpreters that are available to us, not just for Spanish, but for example, Mandarin or Russian, whatever the language. And we also can contact Language Line, which we've used in the past, and they'll provide somebody on the phone if we need somebody.
Interesting. Yeah, that's really good. I just figured that was important, given that we're seeing a greater number of refugee families moving to the community, that I thought that would be an important. I think my last question on this round will be around the 2-day force training academy. What does that look like, Chief? How often is that held? Who attends those trainings? Is it new people? Is it folks that are having some disciplinary actions?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Jeremy Story, Deputy Chief of Operations for the Police Department. Councilor Bencomo, the 2-day force academy, can you clarify in the report specifically what it refers to?
You know what? I was typing my notes. I just remember the report making note of a 2-day force training academy. In terms of, I think it was someone who was disciplined was to go to this academy, and I'd wonder if you could just tell us more about it.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, there's not a 2-day force academy. Now, there's a lot of different use of force training. Obviously, within the academy itself, there's far more than 2 days. Advanced training, there's more. And in my presentation later on, I'm going to give a breakdown that I think is fairly detailed of all the training, especially in the last 2 years. And then hopefully that clarifies it. If not, I'd be happy to try to clarify it further.
Okay, and I'll do the same. I'll look for where it was mentioned, and I'll ask you when you bring it up. Thank you. I think that may be it for me. I did, know several of the recommendations. Many of them are incredibly important. I do feel like some of the most important ones sort of go to the aspect of vulnerable populations, right? People who are living with disabilities, hard of hearing, pregnant people. I think that was especially in the use of the RAP device. And I think it's important that as we continue to have conversations around crisis intervention and Project Light and the triage center and all of those kinds of things, that we really do as a whole in the department as well start adopting more of a model of who gets to respond to what calls. When do we, it's about getting the right first responder to the right emergency, ensuring that a situation that may already in nature have to do with be escalated because someone is intoxicated, like in one of the cases, that we just take better care of how we approach those situations so that there are less injuries to either party, both whether it's the constituent or the officer. So I'll leave it there. I might have more questions after more of my colleagues go, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Magula. And thank you, Chief Dominguez, for the information you've provided. I just want to add to Michael Giannaco's credentials. So for those of you who don't know, he was with the Justice Department in Washington, D.C., in the Civil Rights Division under Deval Patrick. And Deval Patrick became governor of Massachusetts and then ran for president, and so did 20 million other candidates, but he was a candidate. And when I was president of the Mexican-American Bar Association of Los Angeles County, we had Los Angeles, we had a lot of issues, and we did meet with Deval and Michael when he was there, and several others. Attorneys in that office, and they all came out to Los Angeles. Not all maybe 2 or 3 of them came out once, twice, maybe 3 times. And so I'm very happy to hear about OIR. And I found Michael to be just a wonderful human being, and so are you. But I just want to give that little bit of background about his credentials and how they reflect so well on OIR. I just want to share with everybody in this room that we have that police oversight committee, and then another public safety police oversight committee, and then the public safety committee. But I know as much about them as you do. The only reason I know something about police oversight is because if one of the 3 counselors aren't available to attend, I go in there. And I asked our previous city attorney if that was kosher, and she said that would be fine because I wasn't breaking any OMA. OMA. I wasn't violating the OMA. But nothing gets reported to us. I want the public to know that. And I think that as I know that there are community members right now, and I don't know if you're aware of this, Ms. Magula, but we have several members in our community present today who are the engineers of a proposed oversight committee. And their concern is that there hasn't been enough transparency. And I wasn't one of the authors, but we do have a couple of them, the 2 main ones in our audience today. And I will tell you that in reading your report, I think that the report is excellent. What I find astounding is that you only reviewed 16 incidents. And it's like, okay, so it'd be great to have an analysis on what the conditions were that, to me, and I'm not saying, we don't live in a perfect world. So we're not going to have 0 incidents, but I think that in a population of 10,000 people, 100,000 people, to have only 16 incidents that are, quote, worthy of sending to your office. I'm saying worthy. I mean, I'd like to think, I would like to think that those were the only incidents that occurred. And with all due respect to the police department and the officers, I know that Officer Kelly is the officer who patrols my area, and I'm glad he's a neighbor. He's in my district, and in my experience with Chief Dominguez, Chief Gallagher, Chief Montoya, and Paz Descanse, it's very positive. And and they always say it only takes, like 1 bad apple to ruin the entire barrel. But I don't understand why we just, I should be thanking God, but 16 out of, but that was only for the last 3 or 4 months? Okay. But then, and those incidents have gone down from prior reporting, the quarterly reports that you submit. So what in your, do you do any analysis as to see what the objective factors are in the community to determine why there's such a small number? My concern is that you review and analyze and make your recommendations based on what's sent to you. There may be things sitting there that don't get sent to you. Is there any way of you discerning whether there's something missing, something not quite right with this picture? Or do you believe that this is a good reflection of the state of affairs?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, thank you. Thank you for highlighting Mike Janaco's bio. Appreciate that. To your specific question, Again, it comes down to, unfortunately, our scope of work, and as it was authored for this particular engagement. We only review those cases that meet a certain threshold. So the ones that come in from the community that are classified as formal complaints, and the ones that are internally initiated by the department.
Excuse me, Teresa.
Yes.
But is that review process based on what? The contract between the city and OIR? Is that because of the terms of the contract?
That's
so
correct.
Could the terms be expanded to include a little bit more review, or how would that work, if it could work?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor, that would be a discussion for your council and with the city.
I guess my question is, if the selection of cases sent to you, I guess there could be a larger pool of cases for you to review. And there are terms in the contract that would expand that review, could expand that review.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, as I understand currently, the contract could be modified, but that would be, again, up to your city.
Yeah, I understand that part. I'm just trying to understand, and it's something I'll discuss with Mr. Peely and maybe the chief to understand exactly how that works. But I would just like to, I know that the feeling right now in our community is that you're not getting all the information. And there's that concern that you're not getting the review of all cases. And I reviewed your report. I thought it was very thorough. The recommendations were excellent. And, but I was just like, whoa. It sounds really nice. It sounds like everybody can be walking down Loman at midnight and have a wonderful time. But anyway, so I interrupted you, I think.
No, yeah. And
Councilor, if I may interrupt, I just want to let you know, in fact, I'll just remove it from my talking point, but I was going to bring this up. The contract expires in May of this year, and I was talking with EFO, and based on what council had asked him to do, they're going to renegotiate with them. We can't say too much about it right now, and they're going to expand the contract. Yeah, okay.
I'm aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the public knows, what we're going through. So proceed, Ms. Magula.
yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, certainly of the total pool of complaints, we are seeing a percentage of them that meet the threshold. And so we are not seeing all complaints that are submitted to the police department. That is accurate. And so again, to Mr. Mayor's point, that is something that can be adjusted as your city feels is appropriate.
And do you by any chance get it may be outside the scope of the contract or whatever, but do you by any chance get reports about our, our lawsuits and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, we receive closed litigation that involves members of the Las Cruces Police Department, and we review those. Okay, but the contract doesn't cover your need to do an assessment or an evaluation on that? Because there's nothing in there about that. Yeah, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Flores, we had one case in this period. That case was closed during this time frame, and we provided a memo related to that particular case. It was a case related to civil litigation around active shooter training that had occurred. And so we have that case in our packet today. I apologize if you...
Thank you. I missed it, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Coran.
Thank you. Thank you again for your presentation, and thank you, Chief, for your support. I think a lot of my questions might also come, I suspect you might respond to a lot of these things in the upcoming presentation, but I'm curious about two things that sort of stood out to me well, 3 really, I do identify the pattern of folks who are seriously mentally ill that the police are interfacing with on a daily basis, and I realize how extraordinarily difficult that is in our community, and thinking about the systems that have created that sort of transaction that has to occur. But that's a bit of an aside, but I do notice that in the pattern of things that come up. I have a couple of specific questions related to 2 things. One is sort of your recommendations for use of force. You recommend additional training. I'm not sure if you also, I don't think in the past you've made a policy-related recommendation for use of force, but I'm curious if you would extend your recommendations or your evaluation in the context of what you're reading to potentially revisit the policy related to use of force. And then the second question is, and I thank my colleagues for really bringing a lot of the most important things to light, but the second is related to supervisory matters, and I know that you all do not review supervisory matters as a matter of course in your thing, and I'm curious, both because of the indication of not sustained versus unfounded and sort of the downgrading of things there. I have some concerns also about the lines of supervisory matters related to things that would go to internal affairs, and I think I'm curious if you have recommendations about how to sort of look at the discretionary space there and what other departments might be doing to ensure that that those things line up. And I say that because lots of the things that we saw in the packet resulted in a verbal reprimand or a written reprimand, but very little sort of intervention. And so in some ways, those seem to me to be things that would not be, so I guess if you can disambiguate that a little bit and talk a little bit about what your experiences are with those things, please. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Coran, thank you for those 2 questions. To your first question around the use of force policy, I will be frank that we are treading lightly in the arena of use of force. And so we limited that particular recommendation based on our evaluation of one case that had the use of force component. So again, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but it is a limitation of our particular scope of work. So I would hesitate at this point to make broader suggestions related to use of force policy, again, because it is not within our scope of work at this time. As to your question around supervisory matters versus those that are raised to the level of internal affairs, when we first started our review, we saw a handful of supervisory matters that the department fairly quickly realized should go to internal affairs due to their seriousness, and the department elevated them appropriately. So again, I would defer to the chief on this, but my understanding is that at the moment in which it is realized that the matter might result in discipline, those cases are elevated to the internal affairs investigation process. So the supervisory matters are staying at those lower level of potential misconduct or incidents that might require that more immediate corrective action, like informal counseling, versus those that might rise to the level of sustained misconduct. And I hear your point about that fine line of discretion.
Thank you, and I'm asking in part because I don't know all of this context, and I appreciate you alluding to that and the chief's sort of follow up on that. Do you want to talk more?
Mayor, Councilor Coran, so when we first started with OIR, there was a couple of supervisory matters that they suggested should have been internal investigations. Since then, we've changed our process, our procedure, if you will, where everything that comes to IA comes to my desk. We have discussions of it. Supervisory matters are something simple as didn't show up to court or showed up late to court and ended up having the case dismissed, something like that, or showing up again, a fender bender accidentally tapping one of the poles in the back lot. Anything of misconduct, code of conduct issues, things of that nature are internal affairs investigations.
Thank you. And I look forward to hearing your updates. I think that you all have some planned shortly. I think those are all the questions that I have at the moment for you. Thank you. I appreciate your report and your feedback.
So Teresa, I've got one question or a couple questions for you. Okay, so when you receive a complaint or an issue, is it just one person working on it or the entire group? Are you allowed, do you go and, if there's one particular area, do you go ask them what they think about this, or is it just one person who's just assigned to one particular city for that matter?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, are you speaking to our process as OIR group?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. So in this particular jurisdiction, Las Cruces, we have, and for any jurisdiction, we have a project lead. So in this jurisdiction, I am the project lead for your city. What that looks like is that I am the person who is doing the statistics and the ensuring that cases are received and appropriately sent to my colleagues for review, as well as doing a majority of the case review here. But essentially, we each take on cases, whether it is because we have a particular subject expertise and that case includes something within our particular expertise, or because of the workload and the level of work that we have. So my colleagues and I are in constant communication about the cases that we're receiving and who should be the most appropriate party to review them.
Okay, I think you answered that they are, if there's something that you see and you may run it by them. Okay. The reason why I bring that up is because one of our first outside reviews organizations was PERF, and they were a lot of retired chiefs or deputy chiefs who went on to get advanced degrees, and they formed this organization. Mm-hmm. So then we would hear members of the public saying, well, they're all former police. Okay, so I want to read the bios of your organization. And to my knowledge, you have no one who was ever a police officer, right? Okay, so Michael Giannaco, and I think Councilor Flotis talked about that. He's an expert on law enforcement reform, Office of the Independent Review for LA County. He was a U.S. attorney who was in the Chief Civil Rights Division, who prosecuted police officers for use of force. Stephen Conley was in charge of the Independent Review for Orange County Sheriff's Department, which is the third largest sheriff's department in the state of California. Julie Rulin, she's involved with, her expertise is in officer-involved shootings and other uses of force actions and internal affairs investigations. And then you yourself, you were in charge of use of force complaints with the LAPD Inspector General's office, and I saw where you worked for Mayor Villaraigosa, who I just saw a few weeks ago. I was going to text him, but see what he thought of you. I don't want to put you on the spot there. Brian Core, 35 years of social justice, civil rights, social resilience, and community building. Samara Marion, Santa Fe Department of Public Accountability for 20 years, wrote procedures for use of force, officer-involved shootings, bias-free policing. And then Florence Finkel, prosecuted police officers for the New York District Attorney, built the New York City Citizens Review Board. So, and recently I met with some members of the public, and on the token, they said, well, there's no one there that has any police experience. It's so, what I'm trying to get at is, I think what you all bring is, I think, probably the best combination, because you're able to delve deeply into it, and a lot of times, as I mentioned, in the past, if you had, and I still think both firms did great, yours and our previous ones, but I just wanted to point that out. And as I mentioned, that was my second question, was about the contract expiring. But I'm going to ask the Chief something real quick. So, Chief, do you allow public ride-alongs? still, or is that something that?
Mayor, yes, we do.
Yeah, so I was just going to invite members of the public who wish to do this, email me and I'll convey it to the chief. You still make them sign a waiver that if they should get hurt.
That's correct, Mayor.
They can't sue the city.
That's correct.
Okay, so.
A hold harmless.
So there you go. Just to let you know, I mean, you guys want to ride along so you can have a day in the life of a police officer. I'm sure Chief Smith will allow that for the firefighters as well. But I just wanted to point that out. It's a whole lot different when they see what's happening. I used to. I still remember, even when I was 22 years old, my curfew was 1 a.m. And until I got older, that I realized when my dad didn't want me on the streets at 2 o'clock, 2:30. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that you just can't imagine. So anyways, I just wanted to point that out and ask you for that. So again, I'll just open up to the public for them to, if they want to do a ride along. So I appreciate that. Now, I'm going to ask, I know there's very many members. Oh, yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to add to your comment that we don't have former police officers or law enforcement officials, former sworn, on our team. And I understand that sometimes that can create this perception that how on earth are you coming to the table and trying to evaluate the job that officers are doing? I fully respect that perspective. And in addition to the amount of experience that we each bring to the table, we also are very aware that sometimes it requires the perspective of an officer who has lived the experience. And so we have a variety of either current or former law enforcement who work with our team. In the cases that we might have questions about the as-lived experience of an officer, we will go to those subject matter experts and receive their input as well. So I just wanted to clean that up a little. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that 2 or 3 of these individuals who are in the group actually prosecuted police officers for their misconduct, and I think that was important. And I mean, so that's why I asked you, do all your other members of the group see what's going on? So yes. That's good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I know there's a lot of members of the public here who wish to speak. Can you just raise your hand? Who wants to speak? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so if you all can make your way down here, I'm going to let you have, remember, 3 minutes total. There's one more discussion on the police department, so you can use your full 3 minutes on this, or half and half, or however you see fit. All I'm going to ask is it has to be germane to this issue that was being presented. Please, you can't bring up any new, because this is not public participation. This is strictly regarding this, and we have not published anything other than this. Okay? And I just need you to state your name, please.
My name is Dr. Earl Nissen, and I live in Las Cruces. Teresa and I had a chance to talk before the meeting, and I zeroed in on doing some research on the city of Anaheim, California. In Anaheim, OIR has been auditing them since 2007, and they, in 2018, formed a citizens police review board. And now OIR, just a couple of weeks ago, made a report, but it was not made to the city council, it was made to the Citizens Police Review Board. And then the review board takes all of the recommendations and meets with the police department. And I spent 40 minutes this morning talking to someone about it, and Teresa knows who I talked to. So I'd like to have Teresa address that, how that works, OIR in cooperation with a citizens review board. The second thing, in the OIR report that was just made in Anaheim, there's 4 pages of analysis of a police shooting resulting in a death. And I noticed that we are not, in the OIR report, having anything said about the police shootings resulting in death. So I'd like to know from Teresa what it would take to change that, if it has to be a contract thing or whatever. But it seems that this is one of the lines of communication that are very apparent to us, that we would like to see OIR make a thorough analysis like they did in the OIR report for Anaheim. So I'd like to ask Teresa to maybe comment on those two things.
Dr. Eason, as I mentioned earlier, that your first question really isn't germane to our discussion. We never discussed any type of citizens review board, and so I'll leave that up to her if she wishes to answer it, but we never discussed that. I asked that it be pertaining to the report that she gave, and the second one I think is probably okay.
Okay.
Where did Teresa go? Hold on a second. Yeah, if you want, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little unclear if it's all comment or if I'm coming up in between. I apologize for going back. I wasn't trying to run away. To Dr. Nissen's first point, yes, we have continued engagement with the city of Anaheim. As you well know, there are many models of police oversight, and in that particular model, it is a hybrid model in which Anaheim has both a commission that's made up of members of the community and the OIR group serving in that professional auditor capacity. To his second question related to review of critical incidents, again, would require modification to the contract as your city sees fit. It is certainly an area that OIR Group has extensive experience in. It is a piece of the puzzle that we believe is critical as far as transparency. And so we are pleased to do that work throughout many jurisdictions and welcome any contract modifications as they might occur.
Right. Thank you very much for that. As I mentioned earlier to Councilor Flores, I think IFO was going to work with your organization because he's heard from council, and I think there's going to be an expansion there. And thank you for the other comment. I don't know if you know, Dr. Neeson, City of Albuquerque just disbanded their Citizens Review Board of the police department. They just did away with it. They just said it wasn't working. Okay, who's next? Terry?
I have two questions, but my first one is just in the form.
I just need you to state your name, please.
Oh, sorry. Liz Rodriguez Johnson. And I have two questions, but my first one is more of a statement. And I want to reiterate what Councilwoman Flores said, which is we need to understand how those cases that were sent to OIR were selected. Are they reflective of what's happening, in the city? Because they're only reviewing what they're given. So somebody needs to, or at least do a write-up or some sort of documentation on how what is sent to them is selected. Because if they only get cases, if they do not get the worst cases, then they're only helping us with, stuff that can be resolved in a more amenable fashion. Okay, so that's my first statement. I would just like some sort of documentation on who's doing the selecting and how are they selected. Okay. The second one is on the statement that was made about the cadre. The only thing I know about it is what was written in a Sun News article in August. And I'd like to know who's on that cadre, but more importantly, is there a citizen representation on that cadre? If there isn't, why not? And how transparent are they going to be with that information? Because most people have already noted, there's almost no transparency when serious issues occur.
Do you want to respond to how are these cases selected?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, the cases are not so much selected as they are sent to us based on their classifications. So if a case is classified an internal investigation, which has a number associated with it, or if it is classified as let's make sure I get this right, external investigation category 1. So external investigations have 3 categories. If it is classified as a category 1, it automatically comes to us. So depending on the case classification, which LCPD has a model for how it classifies, the internal investigations, all of them come to us, and the external investigations, category 1, all of them come to us. And that amounted in this period to 16 cases.
And can you answer the second one about the cadre composition, or is that something the chief would be working on?
Mayor, the cadre does not consist of any civilians at this time. They're all officers within our department.
Thank you. And sorry, Liz, I can't take any questions from the audience. I will tell you this, the one that Councilor Flores was talking about, the Oversight Committee, we have 3 members, I think, at large from members of the public who are on that. I choose them and appoint them. Okay, who's next? Wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. Just state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and I don't know your last name, but OIR representative. So I don't think, and Jennifer Cry, sorry, I remembered who I was.
I'm sorry, ma'am, did you state your name?
Jennifer Cry.
Okay.
So I don't think it's, I think OIR has very qualified people. But their experience with use of force, if they're not reviewing use of force cases explicitly, is not pertinent. And who is reviewing excessive use of force? And I may not be using that legally correct, but if someone's been shot and died, who's looking at that? It's my impression that they don't see that, and it's also, and so she could maybe answer that question. And why aren't we given access to the meetings of the Oversight Committee, or at least the minutes? Maybe we are, and I don't see them. I go to the website under Police Department Transparency. I see procedures, just a link to the procedures, and I see a link to the results of a community survey. That's it. That is it. Thank you.
So, ma'am, the use of force, if they do look at any, they have to be closed. I was just checking with EFO, and almost all of them are still in litigation, so they can't be looked upon until those are finished.
But I thought I read in their report that they don't explicitly look at use of force, but I could be mistaken.
It was one that they did, and then, of course, that is probably subject that's going to be discussed when the contract expires. But even then,
do anything for
that's in a few months, and then even then, only those that are closed. And then, as far as the oversight, Christine, aren't those available? The minutes, or however we do that.
Mayor, the minutes, oversight meetings are not subject to OMA, and there are many topics, the attorney is present, and there are many topics that are discussed that are attorney-client privileged. There are also things like unreleased audit reports, so not everything is public.
So Jocelyn, could a member of the committee give a summary and run it to the city attorney's office? And if that's acceptable, then can be read at a council meeting in the future? Yes, Councilor Abeta.
Thank you, Mayor. As one of the individuals that sits on both the oversight and the public safety, I know that there has been comments on how we do our reporting. While I believe all of us on council, I know I just adopted standard practice that I saw from my fellow councilors on how to report. I know that perhaps there is another way, so I've been working with Christine on a standardized reporting sheet that we could all use for all of our committees, and will be given to everybody at, of course, your discretion. But like I said, since there was no standardization on how we report, I know that I report out items that I can, but with the regards of knowing that there are sensitive information that are not allowed to be reported out. So there are some things that I do not give out in these public spaces for those reasons. But I am currently working with Christine to have a different system out so that we can port out as much as we can with regards to any sort of sensitive topics.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Okay, next speaker.
Bobby Green, President of the Doñana County NAACP. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and City Councilors. I'll be very simple about this. We cannot continue to have the police policing themselves. It's very simple. The results of that have led to millions of dollars in litigation. It has resulted in people who should still be alive, who are deceased at the hands of the police. They had families, they had the right to live. Most of these people, if not all of them, were unarmed. There was no de-escalation. I watched the videos. I watched at least 6 videos of excessive force complaints. Most, if not all of these, were people who were unarmed. There was no effort to de-escalate, and there was no accountability for the officer who took somebody's lives unnecessarily. And so it is unsustainable what we are doing here, sending the audit, the cherry-picked audit items to the auditor. They're doing a fine job, but they're only given the information that is cherry-picked for them. We cannot allow the taxpayers to continue footing the bill and people's lives being taken unnecessarily because of a lack of training or whatever, the lack of willingness to de-escalate all of the procedures. I've been to that implicit bias training, 2-day training, and that should, I mean, you should not have to train somebody not to kill a 75-year-old grandmother who doesn't speak English. You should not have to train somebody not to kill somebody who's accused of stealing a beer. You should not have to train somebody to pump 90 bullets into an unarmed young black man's vehicle and multiple bullets into him so that he is now crippled. That should not require training. That requires some change at the leadership level. Let's just be honest about it. And so what I'm requesting is that we look at what we are doing here and the damage that it's causing financially, emotionally, families that are being shredded. Why? Can we not do something better than that? We deserve better. The citizens of this city deserve better.
Okay, next speaker, please.
Hello. Hi, my name is Patty Hartman, and I'm a community member, and I'm kind of echoing Ms. Green's points about just today even, how many things I heard of, oh, this is being done, we're looking at it more closely, more carefully, more deeply, and who's looking into it? It's themselves. And we already have a problem with the most serious kind of incidents, officer-involved deaths, and they investigate themselves along with other local departments. That just on the face of it is, I can't take that seriously, not when I look at the record of police here and the amount of people that were killed. I started following this issue not on purpose, but when I moved here in 2016, I was like, is that another one? Is that another one? It seemed like every couple of months. And what I was amazed at is like, it just was over in a day. No public outrage, no action. And I thought, this is normal procedure. And it continued to be that way. And for about 3 years, we were like #1 compared to similar sized cities in the number of police involved deaths. So I have a problem with the force review cadre too, because it's a team of 7 subject matter experts from force training and internal affairs to conduct a more robust and thorough, blah, blah, blah. It's still in-house. And with the amount of uncomfortable things that have happened since I've been here in 2016, I agree, we have to demand a different process. And I will state, I may be cut off, police problems are community problems. That means we are the ones who are impacted by what happens. We have a right to be involved, not just to make a 3-minute comment or, and so when you renegotiate that contract, I'm hoping you will include the community to provide input on expanding the parameters of whatever they investigate, because frankly, I don't trust either of you in charge of the police. You have failed to do anything about these serious, serious issues, and that's disrespectful to the community. And my last thing, there are a few officers, and this is what I was going to ask you, few officers who have been involved in several high-profile...
I'm sorry, you're 3 minutes are up.
Can I finish this question, please?
Go ahead.
It's very important. I'll stop then. Several high-profile use of force case and officer-involved deaths. And this goes back from 2010 to current. These officers are still on duty. Where do you come in as far as being able to identify why they are still on, for one thing, but any kind of discipline? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the extra time.
So let me just say that I want to correct you, Patty. You said that Las Cruces was the #1 in police shootings. I think you meant New Mexico was #1 in police. Yeah, no, it was New Mexico. And Albuquerque, unfortunately, was number three city in the United States, and that's what skewed the numbers. Well, sorry, ma'am. I just wanted to point that out. And both to you and the previous speaker, when you said that the police are policing themselves, 2 things I want to add to that. One, I'm glad that the police, when they see something if one of their colleagues is doing something wrong, that they spot it. I would rather them not. I would prefer they do that. And then, of course, you've got OIR, which does that as well. So I just wanted to point those items out. All right, next speaker. I'll get you next, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't see him. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Flores. Councilors, mayor, city manager, Chief Dominguez. I have a comment, I have a statement, and then a couple of questions. OIR report concludes that LCPD has shown notable improvements and encouraging commitment with a force review cadre and disciplinary matrix, all part of internal review. Problems noted were incomplete investigations, lack of rigorous investigations, timeliness of investigation, and discipline process. Dealing with persons with disabilities shows that the current policy is insufficient. The biggest and jarring discrepancy is that neither LCPD or OIR make any effort to interview complainants involved. They rely on reports which may be incomplete or camera data which may also be lacking. The major issue is that OIR states use of force review process is not within scope of work. That is our critical piece. Use of force is one of the community's major concerns. It does not measure the accountability of the police department and the interaction with public. It did state lack of ability to de-escalate and mentions that officers would gain more by using a professional and formal demeanor throughout the interaction with the public. General Order 103.05 expects officers to be respectful, control temper, show patience and discretion, and abstain from using profane or racist comments. Report writing is also a weakness and adds to confusion and incomplete information. The response from LCPD appreciates review by OIR. Review is thorough and accurate. LCPS will take recommendations into account. How to move forward? Police reform, citizen police oversight committee, officers giving out customer satisfaction cards, public town halls by chief of police in different zip codes of the city, starting with 80001. I always speak in memory to honor Amelia Baca. And my two questions are, I would like to know if the rap is a straitjacket, number one, and number two, you mentioned an oversight committee. This is not a citizen oversight committee. This is another kind of oversight committee run by Mr. Ickman, and I think that needs to be clarified. This is not what we're asking for. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Maria, the questions that you asked, I can't respond to.
One was
because we didn't discuss that, and.
The rap?
Right. Oh, I didn't hear that, so, okay.
Yes, it was. I wanted to know if it was like a straitjacket.
Good afternoon again, Jeremy Story, Deputy Chief of Operations, LCPD. The wrap is not like a straitjacket. It's a device that's used to restrain people who are trying to harm themselves primarily. And so the use of the wrap actually reduces injury to people drastically. So if someone's hitting their head on the partition in the vehicle, kicking, trying to either hurt officers or hurt themselves, it helps immobilize them in a way that does not restrict breathing, but also keeps them safe, and it prevents them from being able to hurt themselves or anybody else, but it's not like a straitjacket.
Thank you.
My second question had to do with the committee you've mentioned as oversight.
Yeah, that's a Citizens Oversight Committee that we have 3 individuals sit on that are from members of the public, as well as Councilor Abeta and myself. And we will review items that come in, whether it's to the hotline or various other complaints. And it can include really almost everything regarding city operations.
Right, it's a broader spectrum of oversight, not specific to one item.
That's correct, but if there is something that came up regarding the police department, it can get referred.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Okay, next person. This gentleman back here. Yes, sir. Yes, yeah, I'm going to need you to come over here, sir. And we'll need you to state your name, please.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and members of the audience. What I want to do, sir, is a little bit...
Excuse me, can I have you state your name, please?
Okay, I'm Staff Sergeant Harold Morris, retired veteran, but, okay. What I wish to do, sir, it's a little bit different, but I've had a relative who suffered from law enforcement. He's now deceased. But I'd like to sing a couple of songs for Black History Month before the month goes out. Is that okay? I went through your secretary 2 weeks ago. I never got a hearing back. So that's why I came today, sir.
You would like to do what?
Sing a couple of songs.
Okay, go ahead.
One song is a Negro spiritual. Excuse my back, if you will. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see? Coming for to carry me home. A band of angels coming after me, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. This next song is what's called a wail. To try to set it up in a nuance, there's a person of color. He could either be a former prisoner or just out on a lonely island. It goes like this. A man named Mr. Spencer taught me the song in Cruces High School. He was a white man. And I bring it up for this reason. When I made All-State Chorus in 1957, I didn't have a dad. Mr. Spencer called my mother. He said, Miss Morris, your son can go to Albuquerque, but he can't stay with the group. I repeat, he can't stay with the group. My mother called Mr. Spencer. She said, Mr. Spencer, if Harold can't stay with the group, he can't go. That was my first year. I don't know what he did, but he arranged that I stayed with the group. Okay. Heart done broken too. Heart done broken too. Left away, it's called Left Away. Break a day. Heart done broken too. Can't eat or sleep no more. Can't eat or sleep no more. Break a day. What can I say? Heart done broken too. Left away. Mr. Miyagashima, I'm not bragging, sir, but you know Janice is my niece. Can I sing like her, sir? Sir, I knew your dad. I knew your dad, sir, in Silver City. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sergeant Morris. 67 years have passed and you didn't skip a beat. You sound great. And thank you for your service, sir.
My name is Peter Osorio, and I'm not even going to try and follow Sergeant Morris on that plane. So I'm going to get down to some very specific things. One, Councilor Abetta made a comment and asked a question about what legal information is considered by ORG group. And so my question would be, for the representative, are you aware that as of the 1st of this year, New Mexico has changed its justifiable homicide instruction for criminal cases? And obviously that would be something that would be not 9th Circuit or 10th Circuit, but would be right here. And the second question is ask for clarification. I thought I understood, am I correct, that there's absolutely no reason why the city could not contract with your group to do a hybrid evaluation where you would be working with a citizen entity? If I could get the answers to those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Rosario. Excuse me if that's wrong. Yes, so To your first question, we are aware of that particular change. To your second question, there is no reason that we could not engage in a model similar to Anaheim's. Again, it is at the discretion of your city to create whatever is appropriate for you.
Okay, I think that takes care of you. Let's see, Liz, I think, did you use up your 3 minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay, well,
but
we'll give you
that's
1
just
minute.
me. Okay, so the chief.
Can you state your name again?
Liz Rodriguez Johnson. The chief answered the first part of my question, but he didn't answer the second. I said, if there is no citizen representation on the cadre, then why?
Chief, can you explain again what the cadre would be doing?
Mayor, ma'am, cadre looks at our use of force incidents. There's not a civilian that's part of that cadre, as there isn't a civilian that's part of our internal investigations as well. They could lead to discipline, and that's pretty much my explanation.
Okay. Liz, I'll tell you this much, and this is why a lot of times different boards are challenges for various local governments, especially if it involves hiring or firing or something, any type of disciplinary, because sometimes those members there could be litigation and they could be sued, and the city can't defend them. There was in fact, that's the reason why the Animal Services Board at one time was going to allow non-members to be on that board, but then that issue came up. And so instead of having non-members, they allowed just various members of the county to sit in there, but they had to be employees because of that, one of the biggest reasons. So I understand what you're saying, and to many of you who came up here, I understand your sentiments, but please rest assured that you won't have the complete information, just what you see, what you hear, and what you read in the paper. We have the other side of it. And granted, my colleagues and I understand what the men and women of Las Cruces Police Department go through and what they're dealing with and what they have to deal with. And we have information that we make those judgments when we do, if we have to settle cases. And it's a tough job. I understand, and unfortunately there's people who do get hurt. But I just want you to know that it doesn't go unchallenged. I just want you to be aware of that. Okay, I think that concludes. Ma'am, you're gonna have to. You definitely went over your time. So, yeah. Well, I think we answered that. So. Okay, so that concludes this part. Now we're going to go to the Las Cruces Police Department update. Thank you. Are you going to stick around for that, or you're done? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Teresa. So it looks like it says Chief Dominguez is going to be doing that part, or are you going to delegate that?
Good afternoon, everybody. Police Chief Miguel Dominguez for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to present our police department update. In this presentation, we'll be providing some statistical information as well as the inner workings of some of our sections and some of the great work that our officers and our civilians are doing on a daily basis. I need to say this before I forget. I'm proud of every single one of them that work for us. They do an exceptional job under a lot of duress at times, and I wish that people would go on ride-alongs and see exactly the difficulty that it is to be a police officer. Proud of every single one of them. But thank you. I'm going to begin with our LCPD personnel. Right now, we have 169 commissioned officers. These are actually officers that are actually on the street right now. We have more on paper, but they're on extended leave for various reasons, military leave and leaves of absence, things of that nature. So we're closer to almost 180, but we're at 169 actual workers that are hitting the streets every day. Our 52nd LCPD Academy is currently in session. We're about to graduate 18 in April. We also have a lateral academy that begins in mid-March, which will have 6 officers. So combined, the 52nd Academy as well as the lateral officers will be 24 officers that should be hitting field training in April, and that's going to be a big help for us. Our 53rd LCPD Academy is set to begin July 2023. I believe it's July 16th. We're shooting for about 25 officers or 25 cadets in that academy. We currently have over 200 applicants. Some unique things that we're doing with the 53rd Academy, we're trying to increase our graduation rate. So we're actually going to be hiring these cadets before the actual beginning date, which would be in July. Typically what we do is they go through a series of training or of tests. They take a written test, a physical test. They have to pass a background, oral, or a psychological test, and then they have to pass an oral board. And then once they make it all those tests, then they all get hired pretty much at the same time. What we're doing this year is we're trying to get them hired by June so that we can indoctrinate them into the department. We'll be letting them do shifts or shifting them throughout the different sections that we have so they can learn a little bit of the inner workings of the department. They'll also be involved getting used to working with the systems. There's a lot of new technology that comes along with being a police officer nowadays, and getting them access and exposed to this type of equipment will hopefully increase the graduation rate. They'll enter the academy, the idea is, with a little bit better understanding of what it is to be a police officer, and again, give them some sort of confidence before they actually enter the department. We have a couple, we have actually one of our cadets in the 52nd Academy is a former civilian employee. She's doing quite well. And then a couple of academies ago, we had another one of our civilian employees enter the academy. We've received feedback from both of them, and they know that they entered the academy a little bit more confident, and knowing the inner workings of the department. So we're hoping again to increase our graduation rate. Excuse me.
And Chief, aren't you hiring, or didn't you recruit some with degrees in psychology or sociology or those type of sciences?
That's correct, Mayor. We're actually paying incentives for that type of degree: sociology, psychology, criminology, and criminal justice. We're paying incentives for it. Our 13 code officers and 6 animal control officers, these are the actual number of officers that they have on the street right now. They're both short, and they need some we're in the hiring process to get a few more hired on, but they are working a large amount of calls for service, over 20,000 with that amount of officers. So we are trying to expedite that process so we can get them out, especially the code officers. Well, both, I shouldn't differentiate. They're both getting overworked right now, so we need to try to get as many officers as possible out there. Our police service aides, thank you to City Council and you, Mayor, for allowing us to hire more police service aides. We're actually in the process of hiring more to fulfill those 12 positions. They've been a huge help in allowing us, or in taking a lot of non-injury crashes, things of that nature, small reports that they're able to report or go to and take. They really help us out and increase our officers' time to actually be on the street. Our 83 civilians that were working for us in various capacities, we're very proud of them and the support that they provide our officers. We couldn't do it without them, so I need to give them a shout out and let them know that we do appreciate their assistance. Our 2022 calls for service was 136,280, and currently through January was at 22,507 calls for service. Both of those numbers equate to about 13 calls per hour. Our minimum staffing for patrol right now is 12, so you could take those numbers and see that it's putting the calls for service are really putting a heavy demand on our current patrol model. That's why we're asking for a few more officers to help through the budget process to help out with these calls for service. Types of calls for service: 64% of our calls for service are one officer calls. 36%, obviously multiple officer calls. To be more specific, 8% are two officer calls, and it goes on and on up to 10, 12 officer calls depending on the incident. But again, so that 13 calls per hour can really take a toll on our minimum staffing. Our incident reports were 23,709. Currently, we're at 3,304. Those numbers align with our 2021 numbers. And our online reports are 1,226 and 105. This is this area we're exploring opportunities to increase our ability to provide different types of reports that can be taken online. Currently, there's 11 types of reports that can be filed. Vandalisms, there's a few codes types of reports, ACO, loud animals type of reports, but we're looking at increasing the number of reports that can be filed online, which will free up officer time as well. It was mentioned a little while ago, as far as our transparency page, there is so much more information that we can get out there, and we need to get out there. We have the information. We're working hand in hand with our PIO office, who manages our website, to get as much information as we can. I agree with them 100%. We need to put out more transparency-wise. We have the information. We're just working through the process right now. So most of that stuff should be coming out very, very soon. These are the 2022 numbers. Violent crime 2021 saw large increases in robberies and aggravated assaults, which resulted in about a 15% increase in violent crime in 2021. 2022 flattened out for us. We had decreases in both robberies and ag assaults, which obviously led us to a 0% increase. We stayed flat. We're glad with those numbers, but we could always get better. We need to continue working on our intel to get a lot of this information out, specifically with robberies. The robbery spikes in robberies had a lot to do with drug issues. We know that because some of the items are actually being stolen was those drugs. They would say, somebody just robbed me and took my drugs. So that's actually happened. So we're working hand in hand with Metro Narcotics to get to the bottom of these, and we know through intel that we know there's a few people that are victimizing people consistently, and again, working together with our investigative sections to bring these numbers down. But 2022 was flat for our violent crime. There's the trend, the 5-year trend. As you can see, the spike from 2020 to 2021 was pretty significant. We're glad that the number leveled off, but we need to get back to numbers closer to 2018. Property crime was a different issue. However, we had a 27% increase in property crime. Burglaries saw a large increase. Burglaries, the number listed here includes commercial burglaries, residential burglaries, and non-residential burglaries. They all showed significant increase. I have a different slide in a little bit that'll break them down a little bit further, but those we're seeing large spikes in the area of about June, July last year. We put a lot of effort, a lot of man hours to go in there and combat specifically the commercial property using technology such as our camera trailers as well as drone systems, things of that nature to really drag these numbers down. November and December saw significant increases in commercial burglaries, for example, as well as vehicle thefts, which were at auto burglaries, which were at a 10% increase through October, through efforts of our officers and specifically the officers that work in the evening hours, which is the primary hours that the auto burglaries were occurring. They put a lot of work into it and were able to bring that number down from 10% to 1% increase. So these initiative strategies that we'll be talking about a little bit further in the presentation are having an effect. Our vehicle thefts completely ballooned up on us. We have a very large increase, and our officers continue to working on projects and strategies to mitigate the issues with vehicle theft. Although we did have 939 incidents of vehicle theft, we do recover about 68% of those, which is a phenomenal recovery rate. We locate many of those vehicles still within the county. The majority of them are within the county, or we find them in Texas. We team up with the Vehicle Theft Task Force that El Paso PD has, and we're able to collaborate and get to known chop shops and things of that nature, as well with the county. We work in hand with them because they have a large vehicle theft problem as well. There's our 5-year trend for property crime. You can see the large spike that we had. We've put together many strategies and initiatives to try to drive these crime rates down. And let me show you this slide first. And you can see this is the way they broke down individual crimes, the residential burglaries. You can see the commercial burglaries. We had several people come to City Council and discuss the issues that they were seeing commercial burglary-wise, and they were correct. We were seeing large increases, specifically in the middle part of the year. Again, October, November, December saw small decreases in commercial burglaries. They were still at a point where that drove us to the 76% mark there. The auto burglaries, as I mentioned earlier, were at 10% increase through October through our officers' work and strategies. They were able to bring this number down to a 1%. Vehicle thefts, again, were significantly high. These crimes were happening in not one specific area. They're pretty much spread throughout the entire city, with the exception of commercial burglaries, which were happening pretty much Solano West, Solano to the river, if you will. That's where we're seeing most of our commercial burglaries. But all the other thefts that we have there, or all the other burglaries and auto thefts, were scattered throughout the city. The preliminary numbers in 2023, we started off the year really bad the first 2 weeks. Again, we started showing the same trends as the year before. We had a plan in place to implement many of our initiatives to targeting hotspots, things of that nature, evidence-based type of initiatives. We implemented them probably halfway between, or it was actually January 15th, 16th, which is the time frame that we use. During that time frame from January 15th through February 24th, I'm sorry, we've been able to drive those numbers down significantly. Right now through February the 24th, our auto burglaries have gone down significantly. We're now at 11%. Our burglaries, commercial, residential, non-residential, are 9%, and our auto thefts are actually showing a negative right now. We're at a negative 10%. When you break it down through the time frame of our projects that we've implemented, we'll present some of those strategies and initiatives here in a little bit. But during that time frame, we're actually at negative 20% vehicle thefts, and both auto burgs and burglaries in general are all in single digits at 5%. So the work is it's happening, and we're actually proud of a lot of the work that's being put out there. It's a department-wide strategy, so hopefully we can continue on with that in that trajectory to keep these numbers down. Our next slide is our traffic section, which will be covered by Deputy Chief Story, as well as some of our initiatives and strategies, at which time we'll make a stop, and we're going to make several stops throughout this presentation to allow for questions. DC.
Good afternoon again. Jeremy Story, Deputy Chief of Operations with LCPD. The first slide you see up here is going to be our traffic section. The numbers is just a comparison from 2021 to 2022. You see that there's an increase just under 10% across all three categories of crashes. That increase is concerning to us. We've had a lot of discussion about pedestrian safety and other things related to it. So it's definitely not a trend we want to see continue. I want to take a moment to explain the traffic study process. Because you guys get a lot of complaints in that area, and it'd be good for the public to know kind of how that works. So when we receive a complaint, either at the police department or one of you guys receives a complaint and it gets sent to us, we initiate a traffic study. And the point of the traffic study is to get data and evidence so we can make decisions to allocate our resources based on severity and need. So we generally place a data recorder box, which gathers all the data for what's going on in that area for at least a week, many times much longer. And that answers three important questions for us. One, is there a problem? Two, how bad is the problem? And three, what days and what times is the problem occurring most? So if we turn it into an enforcement project, we can now pick the dates, or the days of the week and the times to have the biggest impact. We also use our traffic trailers, which is the trailers where you see the posted speed limit and then the speed that you're traveling as you pass by. As a part of this, those have a deterrent effect in and of themselves. They tend to reduce the amount of speeding by themselves, and then they also record data. So we're able to compare the time when the trailer is there, the times when the trailer is not. And we have pole-mounted systems that do the same. And then the enforcement projects are generated based on either traffic study results or from crash data in high crash areas. I'm gonna spend a while on this one. Obviously the chief just presented the crime numbers. We're concerned with the crime numbers, the citizens, the businesses, and of course council and city management is concerned with the crime numbers. They're not what we want to see. That being said, there's many things that are outside the control of the police department and are outside the control of the city of Las Cruces as a whole. We can't focus on those. What we've decided is we're going to do everything that's within our power to impact these numbers. So over the past 3 months, there's been a lot of foundation being laid, a lot of groundwork. All the operations lieutenants have received a lot of training in their ability to pull data themselves, process that data, get the variables they want. The city's GIS folks have been very gracious. They've come into the police department several times, spent hours with us, training us in how to use ArcGIS, helping with discussion and then developing products to help us respond to trends faster, and again, use evidence to drive our decision making. The first bullet point is department-wide proactive crime reduction strategy. All these other individual projects underneath that are very important and they're having an effect, but it has to be under the umbrella of a department-wide philosophy in crime reduction. And that philosophy has to be based on evidence and what we know works. Fortunately, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of studies that have been done throughout the United States and the world. And although there's different variables in these different jurisdictions, we see the same trends. So we have a good idea of what tends to work in most places, and we can use that as a framework and then adapt to our city from there. And that's what we've done. Now that that foundation has been laid, our shift lieutenants have developed an individual shift proactive project. So each shift is different because they face different challenges and crimes during their times, and they have different locations in the city that might be problems during their shift times. But all three shifts have been going full force since the middle of January all the way through February. And that's one of the things that we're seeing with these results that are encouraging. Granted, it's a month's worth of data, so it's a small sample size, but I think it's important to celebrate the efforts of the officers that are out there doing it. The joint agency operations, we're currently in a multi-month joint agency operation with the New Mexico State Police, again, using data to target specifically stolen vehicles, hotspots in different areas of the city, and then they're also looking at offenders that are repeat offenders that commit a disproportionate amount of the crime in the city. The collaborative projects with the community, I don't want to steal the thunder of community outreach and our community advocates because they're a big part of this and they're going to talk more about it. But it's the recognition that in order to solve these problems, we have to work with our businesses and our residents and have a problem-solving mentality that's not just call to call, trying to solve an individual call, but looking at underlying problems and working together to solve them. And the last bullet point is the crime prevention education campaigns. The reality is if tomorrow we woke up and people stopped leaving their vehicle running with the keys in it, locked their doors and removed their valuables, our crime rate, our property crime rate would drop drastically. Now that doesn't mean any of them deserve to be victims, it doesn't. But it does mean that if they did those things, their chances of being a victim would be drastically reduced. So we're working aggressively with our PIO to develop campaigns to get the word out that people need to understand that this is a problem. Most people being victimized are leaving the doors unlocked, leaving the car running unattended, or leaving valuables where people can see them in the vehicle. And so if we can get people to stop doing those things, it would help us reduce the crime in the city and prevent crime. The door hanger campaign, it goes along with all these projects you see. The door hangers are a part of it, but they're kind of large. I've gotten comments that they're a little bigger than they need to be. But one side is Spanish, one side is English. There's a lot of information. Essentially, they're used if, for instance, if a day shift officer sees a vehicle running in the morning unattended and they can't make contact with the owner, they can leave this on the windshield. One, know that we're looking out, and two, it offers a lot of prevention tips and just reminds them that this is a problem and that they need to be careful because they could be victimized because of it. We can also leave them at places where there's not problems, and there's a box that says, no problems noted. Thank you for securing your property and helping everyone be safer and reducing our crime. This slide really echoes a lot of the stuff I already said, so I know it's already getting late. The community policing initiatives, I will hit on that. Community policing has been around long enough where it means different things to different people. So I'll try to use a very basic definition that when we say community policing, we mean the recognition that, one, the police are part of the community is the police, and we have to work together to solve crime and solve problems. And that's through building trust and through dialogue with the community members. The intelligence meetings, there was a time during COVID where those kind of diminished or stopped. They're back in full force. That's just to share intelligence amongst criminal justice partners. Problem-oriented projects or policing is, again, solving the underlying problems instead of just the individual call for service. Chief already mentioned online reporting. If we can increase that, that reduces or frees up officers for other things, and then using our technology to assist as well. The mental health initiatives. There's a lot of dialogue that's been back and forth on this. I want to just talk about current initiatives. The Crisis Triage Center opened in July of 2021. Since then, till the end of January, there's been 207 law enforcement drop-offs total between all agencies. 188 of those were LCPD, so that's approximately 91%. Myself and Sergeant McCord had a meeting with Jamie Michaels, the staff at the Crisis Triage Center, Karina and her staff, RR International, along with other law enforcement partners last week. And that dialogue actually was very fruitful. We kind of had an epiphany about ways that we can increase the use of the CTC relatively soon and ultimately get more people to the CTC instead of an emergency room, which is ultimately best for everybody involved. The 988 Youth Patrol campaign, the 988 system is relatively new, so there's an education or awareness gap, I think, that exists, just like probably with the 911 system in the 60s. there's a lot of things going on with the people that run 988 are involved to try to shorten that gap. But for our part, what we've tried to do is our CIT folks have trained all of our patrol personnel, provided just simple wallet cards. So when they're at a call that's involving mental health or somebody who's in crisis, they can provide this information so that they know that the resource exists. They can get basic information, know that there's someone they can call 24/7, that there's a resource that actually can come to them if needed, or even transport them to the CTC without ever calling 911. And I believe at this point, we'll stand for questions on the first part.
I wish you guys had just finished the whole thing and then questions at the end, but that's okay. Councilor Graham and Councilor Bencomo.
Mine's an easy question, I think. Okay, so feel free to laugh at me for not knowing this. Robbery means someone's taking my stuff, like, off of my person, like, off of me.
Robbery is the taking of anything of value through force or threat and use of force. So it involves either a threat of force or some type of force that's used to take something of value, whether it's from your person or a business. It could be an individual or a business, if that makes sense.
Yes, but that's what differentiates it from burglary. That's why it's a violent crime as opposed to a non-violent crime.
Mayor, Councilor Graham, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Bencomo? Okay. All right, you want to go to this part two?
Our next presenter will be Deputy Chief Sean Mullen.
Also known as the lawyer. We accidentally confused, or I did. I thought he was the lawyer when he came in closed session, so anyways.
The response tends to be the same, the Mayor, either way. Good afternoon, everyone. Sean Mullen, Deputy Chief Administration, Las Cruces Police Department. I will be taking over this portion of the presentation regarding investigations. So as you can see from the slide, investigations, an intelligence line of business provides timely and accurate intelligence for our justice partners so we can investigate, solve, and prosecute crimes. Within our investigations unit, we have our criminal investigations section, which is run by Lieutenant Peter Bradley. Below him, we have 3 sergeants. We additionally have 14 detectives who conduct these investigations, as well as 2 computer forensic officers. Our Metro Narcotics unit, composed of a sergeant and 5 agents, as well as our intelligence unit with 2 crime analysts and a records specialist. So just go into a quick description of these sections. Our Metro Narcotics unit is their primary focus is to combat the drug trafficking and the dealing here in Las Cruces and Doña Ana County. It's comprised of Las Cruces Police Department, Doña Ana County Sheriff's Office, as well as New Mexico State Police. Our intelligence unit, if you scoot down to the bottom of the page here, they do a collaboration with our investigative unit and our records section where they review reports, look for trends, and identifiable means where we can follow up on some of this information in a timely manner and try and get a quick response. Looking at our clearance rates, these are as standards from the FBI. As you can see across the board, just so everyone knows if they can't read the bottom, LCPD is in blue. So as you can see from all the categories from the standard reporting system, we are ahead of not only the nation, but also our region as far as clearing cases. Murders at 100%, sexual assault 53, robbery 38, aggravated battery 56, burglary 20, felony larceny 23, and motor vehicle theft 25%. Metro Narcotics. So for 2022, there were 381 call-outs, and the majority of these call-outs were for narcotics related, either methamphetamine or fentanyl. And of those 381 call-outs, there were 381 arrests. 113 of these arrests were for fentanyl. I have on the slide additional 30 pending. What that means is that these 30 cases are still pending lab results. So we cannot charge based off of preliminary information. We need confirmation from a lab. 39 search warrants were executed and 26 undercover operations. And these operations for undercover, they're run in Doña Ana County as well as throughout the state of New Mexico. We partner with New Mexico State Police. Seizures, As you can see from this slide, fentanyl pills were the largest category, or one of the largest categories, excuse me, that with methamphetamine. So 71.5 pounds of methamphetamine. Cocaine came in at 9 pounds, almost just over 69,000 fentanyl pills. 420 grams of heroin, and that's almost a pound for those who were wondering, and marijuana. In addition to 88 firearms. Next slide has some photos, try and give you some visual. So on this slide, if you look on the top right, that is methamphetamine, approximately 5 pounds, if I'm not mistaken. On the bottom right, you can see in the little blue bags, those are pills. Those are fentanyl. And then you have methamphetamine in there as well. These are all seizures and recoveries from the Las Cruces Doña Ana County Metro Narcotics Unit. They're doing an outstanding job from what I see, and Chief would agree with me on that. If you look at the top left, the seizure alone was over 31 guns, as well as $10,000 in cash on one stop. This agent's being recognized nationally for his hard work, and we're very proud of him and the work they're doing. And I've included this slide for some educational purposes for those who do not know. I know throughout the years everyone's heard marijuana, cocaine, methamphetamine, and everything else, but fentanyl is relatively new to those who are unaware of it. So fentanyl is an extremely powerful synthetic opioid. It's about 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine. Now there are two types, of fentanyl. There's that which is pharmaceutical grade and is produced in a pharmacy or from pharmacy companies, and it's used for medical purposes, cancer, heavy surgeries. It may be prescribed. Then you have illicitly manufactured fentanyl, which is what we're running into on the streets and in our daily work, and that is the kind that's clearly made illegally. It's often added to other drugs to increase its potency. It's very addictive properties, and it's a very low cost. So right now we're looking at a supply and demand issue. So previously fentanyl pills were going for about, it depends, $10 a pill, $5 a pill. We've seen it drop off. But now that the supply is so great and there's still relatively a demand there, they're even cheaper. And so it's becoming more of a prevalent drug in our area, and that's why we're seeing so much use in it and what's being reported to us through the agents and the officers who you see behind me who are on the streets running into this stuff on a daily basis. So illegal fentanyl is available in powder and liquid forms, which are laced in other drugs. Just like we all knew marijuana was a green leafy substance, then it turned into a wax. You can vape it. There are many other ways that people are finding to break this narcotic down and ingest it. So. And that's where I'm going to stop, Chief. We're going to push right through.
Mayor, can I ask?
DC Mullen, can you hold for just a second? I think they might have a question or two on your presentation. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you. Thank you, DC Mullins, for the presentation. Just a couple of questions. Your investigation staffing, are you fully up to staff on those?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, our investigations unit is currently staffed for 20 detectives. We are sitting at 14 right now.
Okay.
And for transparency, I have 4 that could retire.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're constantly pushing for bodies. That sounds bad, and I know we kind of discussed that at the budget retreat, but we're constantly looking for officers and for folks to get in there and really help with our investigative efforts.
Okay, thank you. When you say you've made X arrest for fentanyl, for example, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that people were selling fentanyl, you got a call and someone was using fentanyl and you arrested them? What does that mean?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, so those numbers right there, 113, that is physical arrests for fentanyl. And to break it down for you, that could be either possession of the narcotic, trafficking of the narcotic, things of that nature. Because our Metro Narcotics Unit is the one who would charge in these, there are different variations, just like you've added, that could be related to that. I could I can find a better breakdown if that's something you're specifically interested as far as possession versus trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
However, it all deals on the quantity of the pills they have. If they have over a certain amount, I believe it's 20, then they charge them with trafficking instead of just possession, because show an intent to distribute at that point.
Thank you. I'd be interested in that. I've honestly learned more about fentanyl than I would want to know about fentanyl from Officer Klimek, who's been telling me a lot of these stories just about how cheap it is and all of that. So I would like to see those numbers just to understand better. I know that a few months ago I had seen something around, there was like many cases of fentanyl overdoses in El Paso. Are we seeing that here as well?
Councilor Bencomo, so we do see some overdoses. I was actually trying to provide those numbers prior to or for this work session. So when you're looking at deaths, the Office of the Medical Investigator, which oversees the entire state of New Mexico, they report out for the county, and it's hard to differentiate between what exactly is an OD for fentanyl or another narcotic until they're back from the lab for these after an autopsy. So we are looking at that data. Preliminary numbers from what I saw in the county are anywhere between 50 and 100 from what I saw. Now, these are just drug overdose deaths. We're looking at breaking that down specifically, but we don't have those numbers yet, or I should say, I don't have those numbers yet.
Okay, thank you.
I have a, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, DC Mullins. On slide 16, I noticed the clearing the case, so I'm assuming from start to finish, right? Is what you mean by that?
Yes, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. So clearing a case is exactly that. I apologize if I didn't go into a little bit more detail there. So a case is initially taken by our officers, patrol, and they will classify that case as being a felony or non-felony. From there, the felony cases will go to our investigations unit. Lieutenant Bradley and his sergeants will review that case to determine its solvability factors and how we can proceed forward with that case based on evidence in the case, cooperative victims, things of that nature. So as you can see from this, it can either be cleared upon arrest, where physical arrest is made, a warrant is issued for that individual, it's sent forward for prosecution through a grand jury of sorts, or reported out of jurisdiction, i.e. Someone from Albuquerque was reporting a crime down here. And finally, the victim refuses to press charges.
Thank you, DC Mullins. And so I was noticing, although very high, that you cleared the case around sexual assault, still at 53%. And when I first got elected, there were all those issues with pending cases up at in Santa Fe. Is that still the issue? Is that why it's still 53%? And, you know, there was that huge push of getting those cases that were backed up, you know, moving through and making sure that they were processed. And so is that still, I guess the question is why just 53%? What sort of issues are compounding that issue?
Mayor Pro Tem. So we'd love every one of these categories to be at 100%.
Sure.
And unfortunately, some of them, we just can't get there to a prosecutable case. And that could be because, unfortunately, we have victims who are afraid and do not want to prosecute. We have other issues where there is a prosecuting issue where we don't have a suspect that we're clearly to identify. The SAKE kits, or the sexual assault evidence kits, which you're referring to, those are sent off. That issue was corrected, so that's not a current issue. However, there's a multitude of reasons about why we just can't get there. But we are leading the pack as far as our region, for the mountain region and the nation, as far as getting the ones that we can and that come across our desks solved to the best of our ability and charged. And
kudos to that. I see that you're high on most of these, leading the state. Do you have data that relating to the number of cases that you send to prosecution, and how many are just pending because of various reasons with the district attorney's office?
So they wouldn't show pending on our side.
Okay.
Once we make a clearance on the case upon arrest or push it forward for prosecution, it's completed on our side.
Okay.
So I wouldn't have the number of pending cases right now as far as what's at trial or what's pending prosecution.
Okay. Thank you, DC Mullins. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Coran.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. This is just very specific to what was just being discussed. So if the victim refuses to press charges, that also counts as cleared, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Okay, DC Mellon, I have just a couple questions. So regarding the detectives, do you allow or do you, would you consider hiring private detectives to help out?
So we do not contract private detectives for the department. And I guess the private sector that we do contract that helps our caseload is that instead of doing background investigations internal, we do contract with a background company to try to alleviate some of the workload on our investigation section for that specifically, but not on criminal charges. They need to be a commissioned officer to charge.
Okay. And the next one would be, if you were to write a public service ad for fentanyl, meth, or fentanyl, I have here meth, fentanyl, how would you do that? And I think I'm kind of like Councilor Bencomo. I hear a lot about it, and I even see where some people accidentally or unknowingly somehow get fentanyl. And I see the pills that you have, but I don't know how people could accidentally get it. I don't know. What are you seeing or what are you hearing?
Mr. Mayor, so the scary part about this is that there's no easy way to tell if your drugs are actually laced with fentanyl. There's no smell, there's no identifiable color that's related to it. Some states have gone as far as to provide fentanyl test strips, where if you are a narcotics user, you could buy these test strips and test your drugs prior to consumption to determine if it is laced with fentanyl. But even then, the accuracy of those varies depending on which ones you get. As far as a public safety campaign, I don't think I would need to create one. There's already plenty of smart people who have done those and made those. Mayor Pro Tem has forwarded information not only from the Ad Council, but if you look at the DEA or any of these other large organizations, they have ad campaigns, and we piggyback off of their efforts because it's very informative. And
Okay, so I think you helped me understand that. So the ones who are accidentally getting it, they're taking other drugs. It's not, they're just not, it never finds its way into a legal pharmacy or anything like that. I mean, it seemed like it was just so, the little information I'd hear, it seemed like they were just innocently, and somehow it's in there. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is really bad here. So you're saying those who are buying other stuff, sometimes these bad actors lace it with this fentanyl. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So we do have those who just ingest it because they want fentanyl. However, some, I guess, dealers, if you would call them, or manufacturers of this illicit fentanyl do lace it into other drugs to increase its potency. People are looking or chasing that greater high. And unfortunately, because it is 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine, it can end your life.
Got it. Okay. Thanks. All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Rob Gutierrez, Lieutenant of Internal Affairs. So in this presentation of Internal Affairs, I am the lieutenant. I have a sergeant and 2 investigators that work inside of Internal Affairs that do internal investigations. I also have a compliance sergeant who has an officer working for him, an R&D specialist who handles our policies and procedures, and that comprises of internal affairs. Let me go forward. So internal affair has, we have IDAs, which are internal investigations, external investigations category 1, external investigations category 2, and external investigations category 3. Now, the closeout rate, we're going by month. For January, we closed out 2 IDAs, internal investigations. We closed out 1 category 1 complaint, and we closed out a category 3 complaint. In February, we closed out 3 category 1 complaints, which are formal investigations, and I'll get back to that. In March, we closed out 8 category 1 complaints, formal investigations again. April, we closed out 1 internal investigation, 2 category 1s. And then we go to May, 2 internal investigations were closed out, or IDAs, 1 category 1, once again a formal investigation. Then we go to June, we closed out 1 Category 3 complaint. Going to July, 1 internal investigation was closed out, 2 Category 1 investigations. August, 4 Category 1 investigations, and 2 Category 3 investigations. September, 1 internal investigation closed out, 1 Category 1. Then we go into October, 3 Category 1s closed out, 2 Category 3s. Now for November, we had 4 Category 1s closed out, and December, 4 Category 1s closed out. Now, I'm going to explain, I know there was a question earlier. Internal investigations come internally. Either somebody saw something and the chief approved an investigation. So that is a formal investigation. It's going to involve several officers or just one, but we are going to interview witnesses and go through the videos and do a complete formal investigation. Category 1s, external investigations, those are where people come up and say that this particular policy was violated, and it's going to involve more than one person. We're going to have to interview the witnesses, interview the complainant, exactly what happened, and then the focus officer on that. A Category 2, the easiest way to explain it is I want you as the supervisor, I'm the citizen complaining to the supervisor, I didn't feel this was right. You need to talk to the officer about it. It's not really a policy violation. He just doesn't like that traffic set up a motorcycle or a radar trailer in the middle of the road and it caught him speeding. He didn't get a ticket, he didn't get anything, but he wanted it known that he didn't like that. Okay, so it's not really a formal investigation. We did that for a reason. All right, Category 3s, there is really no legitimate complaint, and we're not actually pinpointing an officer. Somebody could say that a blue LCPD car was speeding on I-25, and that's all the information they had. Oh, and it happened on a Saturday at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's all the information they give us. Really nowhere to go with it, no specific complaint, no specific officer, and no specific way to find out how or who that officer was, or if anything actually even occurred. Okay, and most of the time he had his lights on, he was going to a call, and he was speeding, you know, and he was doing 50 in a 45 or 35 mile an hour zone. So hopefully that explains the C3s on that. Okay, making sure I'm going the right way. So from the research and development side and our OIR group, 25 cases have been sent to OIR, not within their time frame that they reported earlier. This is throughout the entire year. The reviews, mainly positive. They've improved a lot of our processes. We've updated several policies. Changes that were implemented on the policies, and wherever we could is corrected the language. We had online training refreshers. Somebody had asked how instant the training is. The online training working through the academy happens almost instantly within a week. There was a concern about a time frame. Usually no more than 30 days from when we're informed of the incident, something will happen as far as training, online training, or a training bulletin, or some supervisor is going to be notified, and they'll hold it in their briefings. Okay, they'll inform all the officers of what's going on and what needs to happen, or maybe even just reading the policy. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding on their part, but either way, it is taken care of very, very quickly. Policy revisions for last year, there was 15 policy updates, and 1 policy was actually created. Now, blue team updates, once again, these are continual annual updates because we can't just sit idle. Things change. We need more information. You need more information, and we need a way to compile those statistics. So we implemented a little bit of tracking. OIR wanted zip codes. We included that now. They want race type, Hispanic, Caucasian, whatever the case may be. We implemented that. Whether the officer CIT, a show of force was used, the use of force details, all that has been enhanced. We're asking for more, so we can provide you with more. De-escalation efforts are now a part of the blue teams. Did the officer have the chance? And if not, why not? Okay, same questions that you all have. We're asking the officers to answer those for us. So we are paying attention to those. And that ends my part of it. And we'll have DC Story, unless we have questions.
Lieutenant, can you go back to the last, I think that's pretty impressive. No, the one where it had that number of hours. Looks like, no, one more, I guess. Oh, oh, yeah.
That's going to be the next slide with the
okay,
DC.
sorry.
Circuit.
Back up again, Jeremy Story, DC of Operations. Before I get into the training, I kind of want to give the overview of what the training entails, the different types of training, because I think that will help answer a lot of questions. So there's 4 main types of training that are done within the department or law enforcement in general. The first is basic training. That's our academy level training. The next is field training. That's the field training program after you graduate the academy before you're on your own as a police officer. Then we have in-service training. By in-service training, I mean training that's required by all officers to complete during a given year or a given 2-year period. And then the last one is advanced training. Advanced training is training that either we bring in, we host a company or an entity to come in and provide training, and not every officer may go through the training. We put on our own advanced trainings, and then we also send officers to courses throughout the country for advanced training. And so advanced training, again, is officers. You may have a high number of officers that go through a class, or it may only be a handful depending on what the class is. So this first slide is dealing with basic training, academy level training. It's contrasting what's required by the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy and then what is currently, these numbers are from the 52nd Academy, which graduates in April. New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy is a 677-hour program. All the satellite academies, which we are one of them, require that we at least do that curriculum. We can add hours to any of the categories. We can add additional classes, but we have to do at least the basic curriculum. And we add hours and we add classes. So there's a lot that I could put here. I try to break it down with some of the topics that tend to come up more. The emphasis is on scenario-based training as much as possible. Every academy, we increase the number or the amount of scenario-based training we do. And in every one of those topics, domestic violence, use of force, CIT or communication skills, there is a scenario-based component to it. And so some of them, for instance, domestic violence, there's 2 full days of scenarios. And then later in the academy during patrol scenarios, which is 3 full days, 30 hours, you do additional domestic violence. Same thing with CIT scenarios. And that one, we actually hire actors that are paid actors. That's what they do, not for their main job, but as a secondary thing to provide role playing for the department. And then we also do CIT scenarios at the end during patrol scenarios. Just to give you an overview. The big takeaway I want to relay is that our academy now is structured to provide training in an evidence-based fashion, not what's convenient and easy. What's convenient and easy is structuring how most academies are structured, which is if I have 40 hours of crisis intervention, I do my 40 hours all in 1 week and I move on, which is horrible for retention, which ultimately is what matters. When we say learning, we mean retention. If the officer knows it at 100% at the end of that week, but 6 months into the job can't retain any of it or very little of it, it doesn't do us any good. So everything is structured to enhance retention and transfer to a real-world environment, which is what officers deal with every day. This right here is a slide of all LCPD required in-service. Again, in-service is training that's required by all officers. This does not include what's mandated by the state through statute or through the New Mexico Administrative Code. Those classes are a given because we're required to do those, we're going to do those. That's annually we're required to do domestic violence, ensuring child safety, missing person, Amber Alert, tourniquet, and child abuse. I don't think I said child abuse. We have to do those every year. Every 2 years in a biennium cycle, we also have to do hate crimes, interacting with persons with mental impairment, firearms, SFST or DWI refresher, legal update. I think that's it. So outside of those are a given. These are the classes that the Las Cruces Police Department required all officers to complete in 2022. The first one is legal trends and use of force. We brought in an attorney out of California and a very well-known law firm who's very experienced in litigation with law enforcement agencies. She presented 2 full days to officers, and then there was a session for command level at the department and then other city personnel. Duty to intervene was taught to all officers. De-escalation, last year in 2020 we did an in-person class. Last year we did an actual course that's on our online management system. We did a defensive tactics refresher that was structured in 4 one-hour blocks instead of all at 4 hours, again, to increase retention and transfer. Active shooter response scenarios, high-risk stops. CPR AED was half the department, and then the other half, you'll see, we'll do it this year. And then briefing trainings, we do a lot of briefing trainings, and I wasn't gonna put all of them on here, but some notable ones were the Crisis Triage Center and Mesilla Valley Hospital came in, which was helpful to help clarify some things for officers. And we saw a very noticeable increase in CTC use after those briefing trainings. So that was in service. Advanced training in 2022, these are all classes we hosted. So this is not an all-inclusive list. These are all classes that we didn't conduct ourselves, that we brought in from other companies and entities. The first 2 were the same company, Blue to Gold. Apologize. Blue to Gold is a fairly well-known law enforcement training company. It's mostly attorneys that teach it, and specifically in search and seizure. So they came in and taught 2 classes. We then brought in another company for New Mexico search and seizure, because as you know, New Mexico law is different than most states, and we're very restrictive compared to the 4th Amendment in general. This class is an excellent class. We brought them in twice last year. We plan on bringing them in at least twice this year, and then they're also, the week that our cadets graduate this academy next month, they'll have a full 8-hour class, in addition to everything they've already done in the academy, specifically on New Mexico search and seizure. We brought in a company for that was approved by the DOJ for interpersonal skills for law enforcement. The same company taught de-escalation instructor, which was a part of our grant. Force Encounters Analysis, a company called Human Performance Institute, came in and did that. We did 2 field training classes, one for FTOs, one for supervisors in FTO, and then Excellence in Police Training is a class that we brought in that is essentially focused on evidence-based instruction for police and what's the best practices and how do we support that with data and randomized control studies, which there's a lot of that information out there now. What is planned or already been done in 2023 for in-service? So de-escalation, our first class, which is a classroom or lecture-based class with some interaction and dialogue between students, was already completed. Those sessions were in January and February and have been completed. We also have scheduled de-escalation scenarios. Those are scenarios, reality-based training, or whatever term you want to use, quarterly. And the first one was already completed in January, the first quarter. Hearing sensitivity training for law enforcement, that class has actually been 2 years in the making because of COVID and trying to coordinate with Roger Robb from the New Mexico Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. And he's out of Albuquerque, so it was difficult to get everything done, but that class is actually in March. So those sessions will be done in March, and he will be coming in to teach that class. And then, like the chief alluded to, we have a sergeant who has been teaching this topic in our academy for many years, who will be co-teaching just to give the law enforcement perspective how that might present to us, along with Mr. Robb. Fair and impartial policing refresher will be done this year. Use of force refresher. The other half of the officers for CPR, duty to intervene will be done again, and then a separate de-escalation course for subject control. And essentially that's focused on when we do have to use force, what's the de-escalation process from there? Just because we have to use force doesn't mean there's not things we can do to ensure that it doesn't escalate any further than it needs to. And that will be in a few months. Some advanced classes that we are either hosting, I'll point out the ones that we run inside or internally. Coming up again in March, this next month, we have 3 classes from Blue to Gold: bulletproof report writing, duty to intervene, and real-world de-escalation. So there'll be a lot of officers that go through that. That will not be the entire department. And it's identified based on need, either by assignment or through potential issues that have been seen in their other incidents, to just provide additional training and correct behavior. We'll run another advanced CIT course, which we tend to do every year, the exception of 2020. We ran one last year as well. Supervising patrol critical incidents. It's a class that's part of our supervisor training program, which is a whole other topic, and I don't want to talk forever. But that class was done in January already of this year. I already said we're going to bring in at least 2 more New Mexico search and seizure classes. All of our supervisors and a lot of our officers have already attended, but the goal is by the end of this year or early next year to have every officer attend this full class and then do refresher training frequently. And then that same company for New Mexico advanced search and seizure, which applies a lot more to investigations, some of the things that they have to be concerned with that the patrol officer normally does not need to concern themselves with. The supervisor legal liability course was run last week. That's a company called Legal Liability Risk Management Institute. Primarily attorneys in that company. There are some retired law enforcement officers, but that class was last week. It was a 2-day class that all supervisors, including our non-sworn supervisors, attended. And it's exactly what it sounds like. Use of force instructor from FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. That class is scheduled for June. That's a 2-week course in use of force review. And so all of the cadre that keeps getting alluded to will go through that class along with several other officers that hopefully eventually will make their way into the cadre. But an excellent class that we're fortunate to host. And then basic criminal investigations for new investigators or any officers who have hopes of becoming an investigator. Total training hours in 2022, just to put a number for some perspective, there's 172 commissioned officers that received some amount of training during 2022. That could be 1 hour, that could be whatever the cap is. When you take that 34,848 hours and divide it amongst 172 for the mean, that it averages to 203 training hours per officer in 22. Just to get perspective about the number of training that's being done. Now again, that's not including any briefing trainings, that's not including one-on-one training that's occurring between the supervisor and officers, that's not including our field training program, which is 17 weeks. Those numbers are not included in this, and that's not including anything on our online learning management system, which is tracked separately, which is a significant amount of training as well. I think this is my last slide. I know I talk a lot. This is an update to our de-escalation grant that was awarded. The grant period ends in August. Everything has been completed except for some overtime that we're continuing to expend through additional scenarios, and then that other classroom or other de-escalation course I mentioned about subject control. When we do have to touch someone, how do we continue to de-escalate? And with that, I'll turn it over to DC Mullen for recruiting efforts.
DC Story, before you leave, I have a question on page, and then it looks like Councilor Beta. Go ahead, Councilor Beta, and Councilor Bencomo, and then I'll ask my question.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, DC. With the availability of all the different types of training, is there any specific section that the officers are requesting more of?
It's a good question, Mayor, Councilor Beta. I think we've had a lot of discussions, and I don't want to speak for the officers behind me, but I think they recognize that we're a professional department and we have to learn to get better. For instance, the use of profanity, like there's not resistance to that. The discussion, everyone agrees that although understandable under stress at times, it's never beneficial. And so that culture shift is occurring, and de-escalation, although the topic, the word de-escalation has kind of a negative connotation sometimes because of the way it's used, everyone recognizes that by what we really mean by de-escalation is exactly what we should be doing as police officers. Other areas, the legal stuff, the search and seizure has really opened up the eyes of a lot of officers and the importance of it. And the more we do, the more officers want of it, which is exactly what I'm hoping for, because ultimately, I wish officers knew it at the level of an attorney. I wish I knew it at the level of an attorney, because that's really what we need to be at to be 100% successful. So they've requested that, and we're going to continue to provide search and seizure legal training.
Okay, thank you. And when you are looking for kind of outside experts, how is that availability looking like these days for them to come in? Are there wait lists, times like that, or is it pretty good?
Mayor, Councilor, it depends on the course. I was in training before I promoted to DC, and so a lot of times you're planning at least a year out. Sometimes you're sooner. For instance, the legal liability risk management course, that took about a year and a half from the time I reached out till the time we ran it. And depending on which instructor, it could have been 2 to 3 years. The Federal Law Enforcement Training Center use of force instructor, that one took about 9 months, 10 months to get coordinated. Others are a lot quicker. The search and seizure training is provided by an attorney who has a company in the state of New Mexico. And so that's shorter availability. I could plan that out within a few months.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, DC, and I appreciate you also naming sort of your philosophy on training, what's easy versus what's going to retain more officers, so I appreciate you naming that. Just back to the report, the question I had for you on the training. One of the cases that related to use of force review, on here it says the officer was also directed to attend a 2-day force training academy, which scheduled for September 2022.
It's Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, it's the wording of that threw me off. It's probably not the best wording, but it's a 2-day advanced training class. That was the force encounters analysis class. And to give a quick summary of that class, that company, what they do is they look at cases, they apply the law, they apply human performance, and they make them do case reviews. And some of those cases are already deemed unreasonable or inappropriate or resulted in charges, whether or not the officer knows about them. And so they kind of let them work through to the same conclusions. But a very good class is hands-on. It's not just someone up there lecturing to them. There's a lot of interaction. That's the class that that person attended.
That's helpful to know. Thank you.
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, DC. Story. Quick question on, I appreciate the list and the number of hours. What would be helpful is knowing which ones are online, which ones are in person, sort of what is the standard, right, in terms of what you're providing to your officers at any given time. And then lastly, how are you documenting the training that your officers are getting for the year? Is there a platform of sorts that you're documenting all that, and each officer has for the year, right, the total number and whatnot? I'm just trying to get a sense.
definitely a good question, Mayor Pro Tem. So there's two platforms. Let me go back. All the training I provided up here, the only thing that was done online is this one class that says De-escalation online learning management system. Everything else was in person. I have a bias towards in-person learning, but we do use our online system. It's the same system that the entire city uses, Vector Solutions. So we have two systems that we track training. The main system is a software called Skills Manager. So anytime someone goes to a course, they provide a certificate. That training is then entered into their training record. If it's done in-house, then we go off of the rosters when they attend, and it's entered into that one system. The only thing that's not on there is field training, which is a separate system from Vector Solutions, and then anything through Vector Solutions, the online learner management system. We can run reports separately through that one. But the bulk of training is through Skills Manager, it's where it's documented. So when I pull that number, that is what is in Skills Manager, that software system.
Okay.
And that alone.
Okay, good. And then how did you learn to be a supervisor? What sort of training do you run your folks through as a supervisor?
Mayor Pro Tem, and I think as a result of OIR's audits, among other things, we've recognized that we need to do a better job of training our supervisors. So when I promoted, you go through a field training program as a supervisor. So you're with another supervisor learning the ropes. You attend a class called First Line Supervision. It's a 40-hour class, and you learn a lot of good information there, but that's not enough to prepare you. I was fortunate to go through a 3-week class called Leadership in Police Organizations before I promoted, but that was just based on chance and luck of when that training occurred. So going forward, where we're at is we've implemented a full supervisor training program. The goal is to provide a series of trainings to supervisors, preferably prior to promoting. So when someone's on a promotion list, they start attending these classes already. So that includes first line supervision, that includes a class on use of force review, that includes a class on legal liability or supervisor liability, that includes scenarios for decision making, so applying scenario-based training, but specifically to decision making for supervisors. And I'm missing a bunch because I didn't bring it up here. But we've identified several areas that are important for supervisors to have training in to enable them to be successful. And then separate from that, that's for new supervisors. Separate from that, we've developed a program for ongoing training for in-service for supervisors that would be on top of what all officers complete. So we're not at 100%, but we've made a lot of strides. The academy staff is, I think, legitimately overworked at this point, but they've done a good job of balancing all the tasks they have, and many of those classes have already been done or are already scheduled to be completed for supervisors.
So probably the first question I should have, is there a standard? Do you have like a national standard that supervisors with the types of classes that a supervisor should be taking? And I'm looking for, like, I know because I was a supervisor and an administrator, right? And it's very different, right? Being a supervisor, especially when you're having national organizations say the only way to recruit and retain and keep your people is around those lower level supervisors, right? That's where it's at. That's where you're going to build trust and develop your people, hold people accountable to performance, those things, and it takes a different level of training. And so wondering if you do get that or provide that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I couldn't agree with you more. Sergeant's the most important position in any police department because of that. There is no national standard. The standard in New Mexico is to attend a 40-hour first-line supervisor class.
Okay.
So this class, or this program we implemented is for LCPD, identifying the importance of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And then would you be, you know, when I think about, I'm seeing all the reports and I think about the interviews and the techniques and stuff, there is a type of interviewing, motivational interviewing that's done, and I'm not sure if that's is something that is provided to you all or something that you think would you would benefit from.
Mayor Pro Tem, when you're speaking specifically, how do we interview people, whether they're victims or witnesses or suspects? I'm not familiar with that specific technique, but I can tell you that, so I'm definitely not opposed to it. I can tell you that officers are given many different classes they can attend so they can develop a style. For instance, there's the RE technique, there's the FBI interview and interrogation class, and so there's a lot of training opportunities in that area, but I'm just not familiar with that specific one.
Okay, I'll send you some stuff through Chief and EFO, but something I think would benefit the officers, especially when we're looking at, and somebody mentioned the philosophy of community policing, and it's looked at very differently based on each individual. So I think it would be something that I think would benefit greatly. But I appreciate, thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. DC Story, can you go over to slide 27? Just had a quick question on let's see where it said, third from the bottom, all officers, the last name N through Z, 4 hours. What about the officers A through M?
Those officers completed it during last year.
Okay, all right.
Last year.
No, it just seemed odd. Okay, that was it. All right, thank you.
And we're to recruiting efforts.
Sean Mullen, DC Administration, again for the record. Looking at recruiting efforts, this is our hiring incentives that we're offering right now. This just breaks it down. It's up to $35,000 with an option for a $5,000 relocation assistance. In speaking with our academy staff, I know that right now we have laterals that have come from Nevada, Kansas, Arizona, and other places. So we are reaching people who are outside Doña Ana County and the immediate area, so these services are available to them. Currently, we're looking for 1 year of service for a New Mexico commissioned officer, or 2 years of service if you're from outside New Mexico. And again, this is for lateral officers. For cadets, Mayor and Chief had already discussed this a little bit earlier, but this is a visual for you to get the breakdown for specific recruiting efforts and bonuses or incentives, that are awarded based on associates, certain degrees for bachelors in or good military service, criminal justice, criminology, psychology, and so forth. So this is a quick slide. This shows our community engagement photographs from different events that we've hosted throughout the year. And before I turn this over to Lieutenant Wiedela for community engagement, I'm going to dive into a customer service software that we use called SpiderTech. So as stated, SpiderTech is a customer service software that allows community members to stay updated and provide feedback through an application. And the way it works is that when you contact Central Dispatch, depending on what phone you contact, we have that number obviously recorded. When your call is created through the CAD software or the computer-aided dispatch software, it sends out a text message notification to that reporting party that says, hey, we received your call. We're going to be sending an officer your way. So depending on what other calls for service are pending, as the chief had discussed earlier, our hourly calls for service is about 13, and on a minimum staffing for us, we have 12. So there is a call that's going to be pending somewhere. So when that call is pending, if it's for a non-priority call for service, and we have other priority calls that are taking precedence, for example, a garden hose or vandalism that occurred, no suspect information, no one's injured, and it's been, 30 minutes, and then we have another priority call for a ag assault or a domestic or something that's occurring, it would take precedence. So we send a delayed response notification to that phone number where we tell them, or tell the reporting party, hey, officers are on their way, however, they've been dispatched to a priority call for service. So we're keeping that communication, letting them know, hey, we haven't forgot about you, but we are going to be delayed in getting to your call. There's also an acknowledgement survey that is sent out following the call for service, so after completion. So after an officer responds to this vandalism, he takes the call for service, provides the reporting party with the case number, they leave the call and they clear it with dispatch. A second follow-up notification is sent to this reporting party that says, Sean Mullen, your case number is ABC123, and these are the tips that you can use. We also provide tips in those notifications for burglary prevention, auto theft, and things of that nature, just as a constant reminder to the individuals who we have contact with how to prevent themselves from being a victim again in the future on another crime. We also provide case updates, and this right now is, we're working on improving this specific case update module. So once a felony crime is reported and it gets pushed through to a detective, once a detective is assigned to the case through our criminal investigations section, an additional notification will be sent to the reporting party that says, Sean Mullen has been assigned the detective of your case. And so we're keeping that constant communication. That's our goal, is to keep our community members updated throughout the entire process. Now, a survey is sent following the call for service, and it is not mandatory. However, we do have people who choose to respond. So total messages that were sent out last year just for 2022 were over 86,000 text messages. That was to different community members throughout the city. Now, survey responses, we received in over 3,000 responses from individuals, and of those over 3,000 responses, the average was 4.5 out of 5. And you can see to the graph on the right that the categories are very satisfied, satisfied, neither satisfied nor dissatisfied, very dissatisfied, and dissatisfied. And looking at the chart, you can see that the yellow and light blue for very dissatisfied and dissatisfied make up only about 6% of our entire interactions. Everything else is neutral or positive. Here's an example of the responses that we receive. First one off the top. Officer Pagan was extremely helpful, compassionate, and everything an officer could be. If you scroll down, I'm extremely happy with the quick response, and you can see that these were date and times and a case number. Now, this information is provided to the lieutenants for each shift, and it is pushed out to them and is followed up on. So if you look to the center of the page, or the screenshot, excuse me, it says, never showed up. I caught people breaking into cars before and never showed up. So this tells us that the survey was responded to at 8:56 a.m. on the 20th, and this is the case number all the way on the right. This is a perfect opportunity for our lieutenants who are reviewing these on a daily basis to say, okay, this is somewhere where we can follow up and try and, make sure that either someone wasn't seen because the officer came and went so quickly, or that the individual, there may have been some miscommunication between what was relayed from dispatch to the officer on scene about that individual wanting contact. So this is just another way that we try and improve our product and the service that we're giving to the community by getting this information straight from them immediately following the interaction instead of days later where it may be forgotten. This gives them an opportunity to respond right away. Another one, if you look towards the bottom of this, is how to file a report online. And it gives a corresponding case number that we can follow up with. And we have a lieutenant who is reading these, and they can see, hey, this was my shift who had this call for service. I can reach out to this individual or this community member and explain to them that you can absolutely file a report online. You go to our City of Las Cruces website, to the police department, and you file a report. And that is going to be the end of the spider portion of this presentation.
I just have a really quick question related. Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The spider, I really appreciate you sharing how that's followed up on. I'm curious if there's also a process for follow-up when something's really positive. So when an officer is clearly called out for doing a good job, I'm wondering if that also goes into the sort of supervisory conversations that happened, and how.
Mayor, Councilor Kren, it absolutely does. So the lieutenants get a breakdown of this sheet, and it's for the calls for service generally within the day before. And so on that sheet, there is a free text or an open text spot where you see these comments. And if it is something like this one specifically, Officer Bargano was extremely helpful, compassionate. That is something that the shift lieutenant recognizes him. Some of our officers do not like public recognition, and it's easier for the sergeant to read that, and a lieutenant passes it on and says, hey, Officer Pagani works for you on your shift. He did a great job. Let him know. And so if Officer Pagani is someone who appreciates it in a public briefing, then it's great. And a lot of times for streamlining the purpose, it is addressed in briefing. That way, not only the officer who's receiving the praise knows, but his peers can see it. And it kind of drives everyone to, you know what I mean, operate and on that same level. And it's something that we want to encourage, and we do encourage. But for those who would rather be praised in silence, and there's the one-on-one that says, hey, we got a comment for you, forward it to them in an email or a follow-up conversation that says, excellent job, keep up the hard work.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I'm glad to know that that happens too. Thanks.
Lieutenant Wiedela will be presenting from our community partnership.
Good afternoon, Joy Wiedela, Lieutenant of Community Partnership for the record. Good to see everybody. Hello, City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Wonderful to be here. Some updates in reference to our community engagement section. Just wanted to comment that I love all the comments already in reference to the community policing. Obviously, our focus as a department is to have every officer a community policing officer. It really is our community that gives us the authority, and we build that through that trust in the community and having partnership with the community. So again, some updates in reference to our community engagement. First off, neighborhood watch meetings. This is where I really want to champion Officer Glimp here, who has now promoted to detective. He sits behind me. Yes, exactly. First off, when he was initially starting this program, we had 7. We are now up to 24, with the past one just starting this last weekend in your neighborhood, Councilor Abeta. So yes, with that, we've also started a business watch initiative, and so that is very similar to our neighborhood watch, where it is our community partners, those neighborhoods or those businesses that are within that neighborhood coming together to establish some kind of communication system that they can reach out to each other with in order to have more eyes, so to speak. For us, we always look for things that are force multipliers, is what I like to tell everybody. And a force multiplier could be technology, or it could be another set of eyes, another set of ears. And so again, this is where that trust in our partnership comes down to establishing it. Right now, as far as our business watches, we don't have that many, where we've got like 2 that are steady, like one in the motel retail industry, and then one also in the real estate. But there are several other businesses that are interested, and obviously we are more than happy to attend those meetings and to give that information to them. National Night Out is something that I will be discussing on an upcoming slide. It's one of my highlighted slides, so we're going to skip that one for right now. As far as lift-up projects, some of the things that my community outreach officers did was to particularly work in the lift-up area and to work specifically with Mayor Pro Tem. With that, in regards to that, my section did 104 directed patrols. Part of that was the Silent Night initiative that I will talk about later on as well. There was a Trace Arbalest cleanup. Officer Hernandez worked a lot with specifically the Mesilla Valley Housing Authority in reference to different housing things that he was having concerns about. Officer Klimek has an ongoing relationship with 1900 North Solano as far as like having play streets there, barbecues there, again, coming back to building that trust in that neighborhood. We held several events both at Booker T. Washington and at Loma Heights, because when it comes down to these neighborhoods, what we realize is that there are kids in each and every neighborhood, and so if we can go where those kids are, and again, when it comes back down to building that trust, giving them a human face to this uniform, really helps in establishing that trust. Moving on to the presentations, obviously, again, we're at those schools. This is where I really want to champion Officer Kelly, where he specifically has come up with a vaping presentation, but it's been so coveted that literally he's given it now to, I want to say, within our jurisdiction, every middle school and high school, but then has even been asked to give it in Doniana schools and in their jurisdiction as well. We've also gone into the assisted living facilities. Continuously, they're asking us for presentations on fraud, on up-clearing scams, so that's obviously something that we're willing to give them as well. Local businesses reach out. Sometimes it is for presentations in reference to like the larger business groups that they have, but a lot of times this can even be meeting with the actual business owners and going over things like environmental design and what would be the best proactive way to set up your lights, set up your cameras that will help prevent crime, or if a crime does occur, helps us in collecting the information that we need in order to do those case closeouts. Again, several different community meetings. Those community meetings typically are with the city councilors, and this is where, again, it's putting a face on the Las Cruces Police Department and hopefully building that trust while hearing the community's concerns in reference to what they're experiencing. Next slide. I'm like, hold on, everybody, somebody help me out. All right, I got it. Next slide. Some other initiatives that we have going on, like several different components. We do partner with Special Olympics here. And again, this is where we're building that relationship to help bring awareness to the Special Olympians and the events that they do. A lot of times it's the bowling, it's the basketball, but that Tippecop is a great opportunity to meet Special Olympians from your area. And then, again, how we can better serve that community as well, and again, building that trust within them. Identichiles and bike rodeos, those bike rodeos are just that, where it's the bikes, where we have them with the kids, with the helmets, bike safety, we can go over all of that. The Identichiles, for those of you that don't know, it's like a little card laminated that we will make for your children that has their fingerprints on it. It's a very popular booth, so to speak, when we do have these community events, because the kids love getting their card, it will have their picture on it. What we like to tell parents is it is a way for us, heaven forbid, if there was an emergency, to have their information readily available. But again, it's also a great connection piece as far as when the kids, they'll see like their older siblings getting the driver's license. Well, this is something that now the younger kids can then have as well. We have what I've entitled the Urban Dweller Project. This is where, again, I like to champion Officer Glimpf. This really comes back down to our community that does not have a home. And again, that's not a crime. But this is working with community partnerships like our Community of Hope and saying, okay, what is occurring with these people? Are there mental health concerns? Are there addiction concerns? And again, what can we do to best provide housing for those that do want it? And again, I will champion Officer Klimek here over and over, where he's done an exceptional job with that partnership with Community of Hope. We have the Package Theft Project, which typically we like to run during the holiday season. That is specific to those Amazon packages, those FedEx packages, and that's where, again, when it comes to community outreach, one of the great things, we do obviously follow up on hotspots in the felony crimes, and we want to assist the larger picture of that crime reduction. However, we're also here to take a look at maybe those crimes that aren't meeting that felony level, that are still a huge cause for concern within the community. And so when we do have things like the package theft or the shoplifting projects, those things might not reach that felony level crime, but because they are still happening and because that is still a concern within our community, the community outreach officers then can hold those projects in order to address that concern and address that need. Again, storage unit, this actually comes back into our commercial burglaries and projects in reference to crime reduction there. That one would be a felony. Silent night operation, as I mentioned before, that one is highlighted at the end, and I will address it at the end. Again, some of the things that we do like to partner with our Parks and Rec when it comes to play streets and block parties. We also like to partner especially with our local businesses as far as pop-up events. Just to give you some examples of some like recent ones, Barnes & Noble, we had a pop-up event where we specifically read to the kids on a Saturday morning. Awesome, loved it. And Dr. Seuss's birthday is coming up, for those that don't know, March 2nd. Heads up. Just a side note, I know. Other pop-up events. Village Inn, we just had like a coffee with the cops. Another one that we had was cookies with a cop at the farmer's market. Again, we're always trying to think of other little ideas that we can be within the community. Again, giving that human face, but then also that's a time for us to become data collectors in reference to what are your public safety concerns regarding your area. Obviously, when it comes to the huger crime initiatives that we are taking, we can do these pop-up events in those hot spots and again try to address again what we're hearing as far as, hey, you know, I'm concerned about this residence, or I'm concerned about this crime that's happening at this park over here. Again, it can be a point of data collection. Some of the other things that we've done is we've had VIN etchings for UTVs and bicycle registrations. That typically takes place in the springtime. Now that it's over the winter months, we'll pick up and have all of that taking place. Business decals. This is really cool because, again, we want to think of ways to be that force multiplier. And so this is where we came up with a sticker. And for those businesses that are interested, we have the stickers readily available, where the sticker simply says that they are, you know, they have cameras and that they're gonna share whatever footage that they have and they can get on those cameras with LCPD. But again, it's one of those things where we want to take a look at being proactive and force multipliers that could potentially be deterrents. Libby visits. Libby is part of our code section. Libby stands for Las Cruces is beautiful because of you. And so Codes Officer Ontiveros will take Libby into schools, daycares, different environments in reference to how we can keep Las Cruces beautiful. Again, for us, we're always emphasizing new partnerships and trying to take those new partnerships and applying them to making an overall better community. One of the ones that I really wanted to highlight here when it came to new partnerships and to really champion the people involved both in the community and within the city was our work with the Kilby. With the Kilby in particular, we had community development, we had police, we had codes, we had city legal. Councilor Bencomo, you were in there. But not only that, it was working with the community of Hope. It was working with multiple businesses within the Med Park area. And it was saying, okay, we are having all of this crime occurring and these calls for service occurring here. What can we do to help people here and help this community? Just a little, again, like most of us really love the data, so I did the data numbers specifically for that address. For 2022, there was 215 calls specifically to that address. That averages out roughly to 17.9 calls a month. In 2023, we've had 4 calls there, and all 4 of those have been self-initiated by the officer, meaning it's not a call for service, but it's the officer actually just checking out or doing something there. So again, this is where I want to give kudos, because I think it takes really those partnerships, and there's still more to do there. There's still a lot more to do there, but when we're able to come together, work as a community to address these concerns, I think that's ultimately big picture. Okay, this is where we're gonna go into the highlights. And I just randomly selected some of these highlights, but they're good highlights as far as, again, when it comes down to LCPD Cares highlights and what we're doing. This is something that our school resource officers, they are still putting on these youth leadership camps. They are uber popular camps. Literally, when we announce that enrollment is open for them, they will fill up within like usually the first couple hours. And so that's where like we announce it and you'll have like the whole line there ready to sign up their kids. Again, I can't stress the importance of partnership. So with these camps in particular, we partner with NMSU, we partner with the National Guard, and we've also partnered with Game and Fish in the past. So in the camps then, it's great because NMSU is going to introduce the STEM, so that's the science, technology, and engineering and mathematics. And so they get to go through like a whole STEM day where last year, you can see them in the STEM class and they were making little robots. Wonderful. But then not only that, there's archery, there's fishing through the Game and Fish. The museums were taking place, so again, partnering with the museums where you can see the, God bless, that's actually my kid there, yes. Sometimes we get our kids in and it's awesome, had to sign them up early. But that's a tarantula that he's holding, and I've told him that there's no way that your mom would ever do that. Never. But then there's also, again, partnering with the National Guard. They bring in some really cool stuff where they bring in the helicopters, they bring in a rock climbing wall. Again, I can't stress enough the partnerships within our city in order to make this happen. So that's one highlight. Another highlight, and again, I'm going to champion now Detective Glimp here. He is responsible and has been responsible for several years for putting on our National Night Out. This has become a hugely successful event that takes place the first Tuesday of every August. It has grown so much that this last National Night Out, we had 93 partnering organizations show up. 93. That's absolutely phenomenal. With that, there was approximately 7,000 in attendance. And so again, this just goes to show how we can partner with different communities, but then also, again, establishing that trust within our community and putting a face to this uniform. And then finally, the one that I wanted to highlight was our Silent Night operation that we did around Christmas this year. We have done this in the past. This year was particularly cool because in the past, we've only been able to serve approximately 4 families, where this past year we were actually able to serve 10 families. And this is where we partner with Casa de Peregrinos, we partner with Toys for Tots. And as law enforcement agency, most of us will reach out to one another and we end up knowing deserving families. And so these are families that they don't necessarily know what's going to happen, but what we do is we will bring them gifts after learning what their kids' ages are, and then also a meal. Ooh, and I missed a super important business that also helped out, Ashley's Furniture. There was one really deserving family this year that they needed beds. They had no beds. And so Ashley's Furniture was like, we got beds for you. Again, just one of those things where it's really that whole idea centered around LCPD Cares, where in the end this year we were able to serve 29 kids within those 10 families. And one of those families has beds now as a result as well. So, and again, thank you to those community partnerships. Again, without those partnerships, we can't really survive as a law enforcement agency. And that is the end of my presentation. However, I know that Grace is up with our LCPD Cares advocates, and she's awesome and amazing. So, any questions?
Yes, this is Grace and David Sarabia with our community advocates.
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Grace Reyes. Go ahead.
Mayor, City Council, David Sarabia, LCPD Cares Community Advocate.
Again, my name is Grace Reyes. Thank you for having us, Mayor, City Council members, and Mayor Pro Tem. Again, it's been a long day, so I'm going to speed through this as much as I can, so please bear with me. We're the CARES program. We are the advocates. We are the community advocates that are work closely with our community outreach officers and everybody that spoke here today. With that being said, the philosophy for the CARES program began in spring of 2021. "2021, to express employees of the department, most of who also grew up, including myself, reside in Las Cruces, have a vested interest in caring for their own community. Community advocates, myself and David, came along in January of 2022. Sorry if I'm a little nervous. I've been sitting there, so I've been waiting to speak with you all today. We have been a year in already, so I'm excited and delighted to be here today to be able to share all this information with you all today. Our mission as community advocates, because there's only 2 of us right now, is to unite community with police, build relationship-based linkages, connect community through outreach, critical incident aftercare, and supportive advocacy, and continued education. Education including awareness, prevention, and a lot of what we all have talked about throughout this presentation. I will also like to include that as community advocates, we cultivate community by carrying compassionate connections. We build together as a village through that caring, compassion, connections. I cannot stress that enough. Being out there in the community, we do a lot of talking, a lot of connecting, a lot of sharing, a lot of listening, a lot of hearing, and a lot of just hearing people out from our community, and I think that's very important. The goal of a community advocate is to provide and secure relationship-based linkages, as mentioned. We provide resources, we connect dots, we develop open team strategies together to unite and to, you would be surprised if you noticed how many people we have from out of state coming into our community that aren't aware of what resources are even out there right now, including myself. I'm learning as I'm even part of it, working alongside our community outreach team and officers, and throughout my career as a community advocate, I'm still realizing what resources are out there available to us, to myself included. I would also like to say the philosophy began for LCPD Cares, because LCPD cares about the community for which they serve. They care about providing quality services. They care about the safety and well-being of all residents and visitors to our community. LCPD cares about the quality of life, and I think that's very important to stress, because my background, I won't go into my background, but working along our community for a very long period of time, I've seen firsthand, and I think it's important to recognize our officers and what they do on a daily basis with our community, because I've seen it. As Lieutenant Wiedela mentioned, we partner a lot with them through events. Advocates work closely with our LCPD Community Partnership section and engage with community at several events throughout the year. Some that David and I have really got involved with and initiated is Paletas with Police there at the Apodaca Park. That was a huge success. We provided families with over 300 paletas that day, and it was during summer, so it was really, really good. Lieutenant Wiedela also mentioned Barnes & Noble Story Time, where we really use the opportunities to share, connect, and hear concerns from all walks of life. David and I are not officers. We wear just regular clothing, and some community members are more comfortable approaching us versus, say, law enforcement in a uniform. Recently, our farmers market, Cookies with a Cop, and Officers in Ornaments with Booker T for Christmas, at which time our kinder class, along with our outreach officers, were able to, and David and I, were able to decorate ornaments and then provide them to our stations, both at the west and the east, for our Christmas trees. Here are a few quick pictures of some events that we have attended. This one in particular is, we work with all walks of life. I will share that. Everywhere from our little ones to our seniors in the senior homes. We are actively out there in our senior community centers as well. And this is where we shared some events with some children. I believe this one was my friends, my police are my friends event that we had at Conley. We work closely with many community partners, LCPS, our community schools, our nonprofit organizations, all over our businesses, small and big. We're out there. We're out there. And this is where we come into our community engagement. Through a community engagement, we partner, we unite, we collaborate, we talk. I can't stress enough how much communication it takes to just build and provide those resources and really hear those concerns. I'll share one most recent one when we had coffees with the cops here at the Village Inn. So it was shared with me being fearful of law enforcement. So me being non-uniformed, and uniformed was present, we were all there together having coffee. I was very thankful that an individual came to our coffees with the cops and was able to share that concern. So through compassion, through comfort, through support, I heard this community member's concerns. And I think that those events through outreach is what's so important, to just provide our community members opportunities to express the good and the not good. David and I, as community advocates, we're that soundboard. We will hear you out. We will then share our information to whether it's good or not good. Earlier there was comments about law enforcement, whether we hear the positive. We do hear lots of positive, which then we do share those concerns with, say, our lieutenants or patrol, or if somebody's speeding 3 times and they're afraid to walk their dog no longer, and they're hesitant to come out of their senior assistant living center. Those are concerns that we can then share with our lieutenants and deputy chiefs and so forth up our chain. As community advocates, we strive, as mentioned, to create collaborative relationships within the city. Community advocates reach multiple businesses throughout this year. I think we really wanted to stress the importance and just to inform our community what is CARES, and we still hear today, what is the CARES program? So we work endlessly every time we go out there to introduce what it is the CARES program is, what community advocates do, and how we can be a resource to them. We do this through events such as pop-ups. We've had pop-ups. Usually they're going to happen between Monday through Friday, once or twice a week, where we're at locations such as, and we've had pop-ups before at CVS right here on Solano or Picacho in Maine, and we've had a pop-up on Walgreens and El Paseo.
Senior centers.
We've had pop-ups during our senior centers when they're having lunch or other events. We've had pop-ups on Solano Square at the Outdoor Adventure. So we do have pop-ups in what we would consider hotspot areas that allow those vulnerable populations to then come to us to share their concerns. Some seniors do not have cell phones. Some seniors do not have access to transportation. So by putting us out there as community advocates, we're able to talk. A lot of people just want to talk, which has been good. We also have one coming up at Desert Hope this coming week at our 1310 Becos. So we'll be providing them resources, hear their concerns, talk with them, maybe engage with them about opportunities that are available to them to receive outreach services somewhere. But connect with them in a way that hopefully they can understand and be comfortable to approach while we're there for the time being. Through community advocacy, we've also followed up on many critical incident follow-ups, providing aftercare. This I can't stress enough how important it is, because This includes our incidents such as suicides or gunshot victims where there's bystanders around, or armed robberies where there's bystanders around. David and I have gone into places of business where we've spoken with managers, witnesses, just those that have been around trauma and that may need services. Or to know what services are available to him. We've had some managers express concerns for their employees, for doesn't matter how big or how small the place of business is, they have those concerns, and we're able to hear those concerns and provide resources by connecting the dots together. David and I have also implemented the compassion cards, and this I'll share. We came in January, February, March. Around March, I started realizing, hey, you know, a lot of our officers are going into some very traumatic times in a family that include their loved one being or passing away, whether it's an unattended death, an overdose resulting in death, a suicide, a natural cause death. There's just death. And then our officers, of course, they handle what they need to do, and then they go on to their duties. And David and I were talking, and we wanted to provide not only our officers, but us as community advocates, an option to be able to provide condolences to those families. Some of these traumatic events occur on a daily basis, and I'll share a woman that I spoke to who was married for 55 plus years. All her family lived out of town. Her husband just out of a sudden passed away. The trauma that they endure is life-changing, and sometimes they're alone. As community advocates, through compassion cards, and yes, oftentimes it's just a card, but law enforcement can also refer us to be able to provide families with that condolence, in-person condolences. And we've done that. We've done that for many occasions that occur in our community. I will also including the compassion cards, we've also sent them out for unattended deaths, suicides, overdoses resulting in death, CPRs, welfare checks. There's multiple incidents that sometimes involve death that we do take initiative in. Okay. The number of compassion cards that we have sent is over 90 compassion cards. We send them out weekly, and that's just to give you a number of, This is an example of our compassion card sent. Again, it expresses how LCPD cares about their community for which they serve, about providing quality service, and about the safety and well-being of all residents and visitors of our community. Sorry, my voice is getting all raspy. About our quality of life for all involved. All right. Another initiative that we began is in the January 30, right before the February 1st delivery date of the storefront grant that the City of Las Cruces has put out. We began reaching out to businesses, small businesses, in reference to the storefront repair project. David and I have since then reached out to at least 20 small businesses, and we continue to do so to inform them on the eligibility and the ways to find the resource to gain access into the application process and whether or not they can qualify or not. Many businesses have been very grateful for this. We've spoke to and continue to speak to many business owners, not just in the downtown plaza area, but in many areas around the city. we've been, and I'll share some places that we've attended, the plazas on Solano, the plazas on Espina, plazas on Main, and then most recently, the plazas on Divot. So we continue to be out there to multiple businesses that have been hit in these little small plaza areas. And when I say affected or hit, sorry, I shouldn't have said hit, but affected, they have been affected by vandalism, graffiti, or burglary. But that includes this presentation. There's so much more I can talk to you guys about, but I'm gonna leave it at that. I know it's after 5. Thank you. But we'll stand for questions if anybody, I know everybody's probably like,
Now, we're going to work till 7, 8 o'clock. I don't think there's any. Oh, Councilor Flores has a question.
I just want to thank you so much for reaching out to all levels of our community, but especially our children. And just thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I think the whole council supports what you do, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you all for allowing us to.
I have a couple questions to ask you, if that's okay. Hey, just real simple. So on the police service aides, have you been able to move any of those to the academy?
Yes, yes, Mayor, we have.
Oh, great.
We've had a couple, and we're trying to get a few more of them. We have a couple of police service aides that are showing police officers how to take calls for, in some instances. They're that good. Okay, and on the enforcement trailers, the one with the red and blue lights, I think are most effective. One day I was following, she didn't know I was behind her, Councilor Flores, and when it went off, all of a sudden she just really slowed down, started looking around, and I just want to tell you, I think those really work. Yeah, she thought she was going to get a ticket or something. She just. So, anyways, thank you very much. We appreciate everyone, and stay safe. Dr. Nesson, were you wanting to say something? Just. Oh, good night. Okay, all right. All right, well, thank you very much, Chief. Thank you, everyone on Las Cruces Police Department. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for all you do. Stay safe. We know it's a tough job, and we've got your backs, okay? Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Beta. Second, Bencomo.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Bencomo. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the work session. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cram?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No, I brought my tent, I have my overnight stuff. No,
You're the
it's
only
okay.
one.
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
And Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned. It's 5:20 p.m. Thank you. Okay, this is the agenda setting meeting for our March 6, 2023 City Council meeting. Number 1, non-consent.
1 non-consent.
2, non-consent.
2 non-consent.
3, consent.
3 consent.
4, non-consent.
4 non-consent.
5, non-consent.
5 non-consent.
6, consent.
6 consent.
And 7, non-consent.
7 non-consent.